Hey everybody, welcome back to another Vibe Coding live stream. Really a ton has happened since the last live stream. We got a bunch of new models. We have Grok 4.6. I think we have a new model from Google, I believe 3.7 Flash. I know there's new models from DeepSeek. We got Opus 5. And also what I've done since the last live stream is do a redesign on the fleet management platform, a redesign on the Blue Cactus AI platform, kind of abstract away the workflow graph. And now we can create agents with natural language, and we also have a desktop app. So lots of fun stuff to get into. Let's go ahead and do it. Okay, here we are. Let's just... Okay, so I'm in Cursor right now, and I've actually been really impressed with... super impressed with Grok 4.6, actually. So now we have a Blue Cactus AI MCP server. And let me... let's go into Discord here. Just let everyone know in Discord here that we started live streaming. I'm really, I wasn't sure kind of how, what would happen to Cursor after this acquisition. But I think, Elon made a great decision acquiring Cursor and bringing in a really great team, to help him get to the frontier. And Grok 4.6 really does feel like, the first model from SpaceX AI that's very competitive, and also putting a lot of pressure on price. The cost is extremely attractive, and it's really intelligent enough for most real world general use cases. Let's grab the YouTube copy video. Okay, cool. And then what I'm gonna do is in chat, we're just gonna put our Discord here and pin it. So lots of fun stuff today. I'm gonna be kind of locking down our first enterprise workflow. We're gonna get that deployed into the fleet management business. And then we're going to be tying up some loose ends and preparing. I think we have a version that I'm ready to go ahead and deploy. So I kind of have a general agents that we're going to deploy, that really any developer, anyone using AI will be able to sign up for Blue Cactus AI and create some general agents to help them run their business. And you'll see what that looks like here in a minute. Let me bluecactus.ai. Let's get this link up. Okay, cool. Okay, there we go. Let's pin this here in the YouTube chat. I don't see an option to pin. Oh, there we go. Pin. Okay, message pinned. Let's grab that. Pin it in Twitch here. Okay, cool. Here we go. Nice. Let's go ahead and get that pinned. Okay, so here we go. So I've done a lot of work on the fleet management platform, kind of like really a full redesign, right? So here's what the mapping screen looks like. So before this sidebar here, and I did a lot of this with Fable 5. So when Anthropic was giving that, at some point they had some program where they were giving us more Fable 5 usage until a certain date. So I tried to take advantage of that as much as I could. At one point, I think we thought that Fable 5, they were going to move it to API usage, and not part of the Claude plan. But I don't think they ever ended up doing that, I guess. So now Fable 5 is still included in your subsidized Claude plan. I know, and I wasn't even aware of this until today, but I do know that I think we have like 2 more days. There's some sort of boost right now where Claude is giving, or Anthropic's giving some additional usage. And I believe that ends in a couple days here. But anyway, so here's the new mapping screen. I have these new tips that'll pop up. So when users log in, they'll see these different tips here. We have a Command K option now where you can just easily navigate to a different screen here in the fleet management system. So let's just go back to live map here. I can also select a vehicle. Let's see. If I pop into a vehicle, it actually pops into this 3D view with some details here. So I had this 3D kind of event reconstruction simulation that was built out. And what I did was I took that code and I went ahead and implemented it into the mapping system. And this is all staging dummy data. It's all staging dummy data, so that's why some of these vehicles are maybe not moving. But we have clusters now. You can hover over these clusters. Right, I can also select a vehicle from the sidebar here. So if I select a vehicle, it should pull me directly into the vehicle. And then right from here, I could look at trip data. And again, this is dummy data, so I'm not sure if we're going to have any data here. Yeah, we're going to have to get some better dummy data for the streaming. At some point I did have actually live data, but it's obviously better for the stream to have this dummy data. Just got to get some dummy data where we can review trips. But again, so you can select a vehicle, and we kind of I use this 2D map. So because I have a lot of customers that at one point I had just a 3D map, where I was using 3JS on top of Google Maps and laying down 3D objects. But there really wasn't much value. Once you get many different vehicles, there wasn't like native clustering and native info windows. And so what I did was I re-implemented this 2D map so we could use some of the Google Maps native methods, for instance, for like this info window and for clustering. But now when you do select a vehicle, it pulls up this 3D simulation, right? So when we do zoom in, we go into a 3D map. So again, just kind of did a basic redesign. Oh. Interesting. Huh. We'll have to look into that. It's probably something to do with the that dummy data. But I can come into reports, right? Go into all the reports. We really just put a new skin on the system using Fable 5 and really refreshed it. I'll call it a 2026 skin. And a new navigation bar here. And some new search functionality, right? So let's come back to the map. Interesting. So we are going to have to look into this. I'm actually going to have Grok kind of take a peek at this. Let's it's actually a new folder. I brought in some new code. So let's add a new folder here in Cursor. Oh, here we go. Okay, when I navigate from home to alerts, we get this error. Is this related to our dummy data? Okay. All right, and then so that's the mapping platform, right? Um, and this is Blue Cactus AI. So I also put like a new skin on Blue Cactus AI, right? So, um, what one thing that I learned is when I was working inside of these agents, is that once the workflows get more and more complex, it gets very challenging to review the workflow, set up the workflows manually, and kind of understand what's going on with the workflow, right? So now this is the workflow. I do have a new graph, but you can already see that it's kind of messy, right? And really what we want to do is, and what we've started to do is, we're kind of abstracting that workflow graph away from the user, right? So, it's really not important. The user can just discuss it with natural language. Um, what workflows they want to set up, right? And so, actually, what's really cool, what I'm doing now, and let me check my activity monitor just to make sure we're good. Okay, good. We're good on no memory pressure. But anyways, we're going to abstract away this workflow graph. And I'm going to show you some really, and really what I'm trying to do is align ourselves with kind of the direction OpenAI is going in, the direction that SpaceX AI is going in with Grokbot, and understanding, okay, if our users using ChatGPT every day or using Claude or using Cursor, right, how can we take advantage of, because this may eventually be, where users live, right? They live inside of ChatGPT, but we have a agent system, Blue Cactus AI, and they can use an MCP server to work with Blue Cactus AI. And so, let's actually, let's pull up ChatGPT real quick, and let's see if we can see our Blue Cactus AI MCP server here. But first, let's do a little update here. Memory pressure's in the yellow, which I think we're okay, as long as we don't go into the red. And we may at some point, I keep the game up, and I do want to try to do more gaming and also vibe coding and trying to build a plugin. We still haven't done it, but WoW does take up kind of a significant amount of memory. But anyways, so I think we're good. What we're gonna do here is let's see if we can see our MCP server. So I'm just gonna say, can you see the Blue Cactus AI MCP server? And really, one of the things we're going to be working on today is I'm going to kind of walk through how all of this works and the new front end. But what we're going to do is we're going to be setting up a web chat agent. And what we're going to do with this web chat agent is we're going to embed the web chat inside of the fleet management platform, right? So right on the left here, we're going to have agents. So we're going to create that web chat agent inside of Blue Cactus AI, and we're going to embed it into this platform. And so that's where really any third-party platform could easily set this up, right? So let's see. Okay, so Mac's doing a good job of managing some of this memory pressure. So we were in the yellow, we went to the green. Keeping WoW up does use like a significant amount of memory. But we've been okay streaming. We've done like 40 something streams, and I really don't think we've had many issues. I think one time the audio mixer crashed. But we'll just keep going here and see what happens. So okay, let's go back to ChatGPT here. Yes. Okay. Okay, cool. So I'm going to say, okay, are you connected to my Gmail? Which Gmail are you connected to? So one interesting thing is that, AI has a lot of plugins, right? And for us to try to integrate all these plugins into Blue Cactus AI would be challenging, right? Unless we partnered with some company that kind of aggregated all of these integrations together, right? So really the idea is that I want my users to be able to be inside of ChatGPT, right? They can connect to all of these different connectors, and then right inside ChatGPT, they can pull data from these connectors, and then use Blue Cactus AI to set up workflows, right? So if I come here, let's see. Okay, so it's connected to my email, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, okay, what I want you to do is go review my email, and then look at the tools that are exposed with Blue Cactus AI MCP server. And don't do it yet, but I want to start thinking about some workflows that might make sense for me to create for my business. So what I'm doing now is I set up this plugin with ChatGPT, connected it to Gmail, and now I'm asking ChatGPT, hey, go review my Gmail, go through my Gmail, and then let's think about some workflows we can create, right? And so while that works, what I'm going to do is we'll keep going through the new system. So this is the new dashboard. Kind of gives you some actionable data that you could take action on as a business owner. So we have conversations, right? I actually had 2 phone conversations today. Awaiting your review, and this is, and let me just make sure there's no sensitive emails here real quick. I think we're good. Sometimes I do get some emails here that are a little sensitive, but I think we're okay for now. Okay, yeah, so I probably want to delete that email. But pretty much if we click awaiting your review, this will pull us into all the emails. So pretty much if as emails come into your inbox, and this is how you set up your email. So if I come to integrations, you can see I have my Google Calendar set up, I have my Google Drive set up, and I have my Gmail set up. And so really that's the first thing you're going to do when you come into Blue Cactus AI, is you're going to set up your connectors. Right now I'm really focused on the Google connectors, at least for now. So you kind of and eventually I may actually start reselling Google Workspace, right? And try to bring my clients over to Google, just so we can focus on Google connectors. But so now we have Google Calendar, Google Drive, and Gmail, right? And so you can connect all of these. Also, if you want to set up your MCP server, you can go into API keys, and we'll create an API key, and we'll use this API key to set up the MCP server. This is billing. So these are like the sessions, and it breaks it down between AI voice, our new desktop AI app, which I haven't shown that yet. Let's see if we can see that on stream here. Okay, cool. Yeah. So this is the new desktop app. And we'll discuss this. And this is really the pattern, right, that like OpenClaw or Hermes is using, and also Grokbot, right? Except right now my agents don't work locally; they work in the cloud. And we'll go through this in more detail, but this is our billing page. But anyway, so you'd come in, you'd set up an API key. That's if you're a developer and you want to set up an MCP server, and you'd set up your integrations, right? Here we have a developer page, and this is where you can go review um, review how to set up an MCP server, right? So, um, you know, uh, really give some thorough, detailed instructions on how to set up that MCP server. So we have MCP tools, and we actually have more tools than this now that we're going to talk about. We also set up OpenAI sandboxes, so we can discuss that. That's a new tool. And we have a REST API that we're going to be exposing. So here's MCP tools. So this is kind of discussing kind of what the scope of your keys are, right? So anyways, this page, and eventually this will be on the internet, where an agent can just go to this web page, review the web page, and then set up the MCP server for you. But this is our MCP server page. So, and I know it's like hard to see the whole nav bar, but if I move this lower, again, this is our overview screen. So right here we can pop into our agents. We have these items say need you, right? So if there's any actionable items, you can look at them right here. So I can actually click like an email and pop into this email. And these are Gmail that came into my inbox. And what we're doing is we classified it depending on the agent's role, right? And then we drafted an email. And actually my first enterprise workflow that I'm deploying into this fleet management business is going to be that NVS no video signal workflow that we've been discussing, where this system is going to send a webhook anytime one of these devices sends a no video signal. Yo, what are you doing on WoW? Hey, yeah, honestly, not much. We may end up, I just kind of sit around on WoW. I'm trying to get to 70 right now. I'm playing with a friend just for nostalgia. And hey, Mr. Word. Just playing for nostalgia's sake. Just trying to grind back up to 70 with my friend. We boosted some characters. But on stream, to be honest, I don't do a lot of playing WoW. And it takes up a lot of memory, actually, on my machine. If I bring up the activity monitor, we're still green, so there's no Season 2 grind. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've just been grinding WoW. But, yeah, so I put a new skin on the fleet management business. And then I also put a new skin on the Blue Cactus AI agent business. And we also have a desktop app now. So just kind of reviewing what we've been working on since the last time I streamed. Now, right from here, I can pop and see we just got logged out of WoW, actually, just for sitting around. But let's see. Let's quit here. It's funny because I sit around in WoW, and then I just like log back in, and then I sit around again, which is kind of crazy. But let's log back in here. Let's see. We might have to have like a dedicated game. It's kind of hard to game. I do like to, though. If the agent's taking a long time, I try to at least just like kill a single mob or something. And I do have full screen here, so I do have a way where I can just pop straight into full screen on the game, and then back out of full screen. The idea is like, hey, while agents are working, play a little WoW when I can, right? But anyway, so when I come into agents, so now here's our agents dashboard showing all of the different agents. And if I want to, I can go and click into one of these agents, right? So if I click into this agent, we'll see the workflow graph. And really, you shouldn't ever have to at this point. There's ways to build these agents with natural language. So really, there's no a reason to need to modify these workflow graphs, but I know that some clients may, especially more technical clients, may want to kind of dig into this workflow and review it a little closer. But doing my best to try to clean up this workflow, right? When you're looking at all these different edges, things can get a bit confusing sometimes. But here I can select these different edges. And it'll just highlight the edge and the nodes that connect those edges, right? What I can also do is if I come into back to ChatGPT, let's see. Sure, yeah, do that. And then use the Blue Cactus MCP server first and go pull down all my workflows. Let's just, okay, no memory pressure. I realized one day when my audio mixer shut down that it was probably because of memory pressure. So here we are, it's using the Blue Cactus AI MCP server right here, and it's pulling down all of my workflows, right? So these are all the agent workflows. If we come back to agents, these are all the agent workflows that we see here. So let's come back here. Okay, so all eight deployed graphs loaded successfully. Okay, cool. So it was able to go pull down my workflows. Now it's going to go read through my Gmail. And I'm going to say, okay, after you review the Gmail and review the existing agent workflows, give me some ideas of new workflows that we could create that might make sense for me and my business. So there it is, searching Gmail. And I might have to pull this off screen. I just want to make sure that there's nothing sensitive in that email. Also, we have, while that's doing its thing, so we separated work queue, right? So inside of the work queue are any items that we need to take action on, right? So here's work queue, and these are really like emails that have come into my inbox. And really the first, again, the first workflow that we're about to set up is whenever we get an event, these cameras send an event. They send that no video signal event, which means a driver might have disconnected a camera. We get that event, and that's going to come in as a webhook. So we're going to be setting up that, and we already have a way to kind of ingest these webhooks, right? So if I come to settings and I go to webhooks, right, I can, it's been a minute since I looked at this, but we can actually create a webhook endpoint, right? So we have an endpoint where a user can send a webhook. So we're going to set up one of these webhook endpoints. We're going to ingest that webhook. Once we ingest that webhook, it's going to kick off an email workflow. We're going to draft an email, and then we're going to send an email, and in the email, we're going to include a web chat link, right? So anyways, let's go back to ChatGPT. Okay, it's still doing its thing here. While it's doing its thing, we'll keep going through. So here's conversations. Kind of put a new skin on conversations too. So now we let you know, okay, what was the channel? I'm the Word. I'm the Mr. Word, by the way. Oh, hey, Mr. Word. Cool. Love it, man. You're on Twitch and YouTube. I love that. So now what we're doing is we're breaking out these conversations between the different channels, right? So this is a multi-channel agent system, and we're extending memories and routines across all of these channels, right? And really what the difference is between a system like this and Grokbot or OpenClaw or Hermes is that, OpenClaw and Hermes is working locally, right, on your machine. And anytime there's memories, what happens with OpenClaw and Hermes is that they're writing memories to a file system, right? So it's kind of like a memory markdown file where they're writing these memories to. And I guess, it's like you have project memories, you have agent memory, and then I guess you have like memories, team memories, right? Let me see. Hold on. ChatGPT is coming back too. So let's see. Wow. So let's see. So it says, okay, so I was able to go through my email, ChatGPT, and customer operations, and this is just my personal email, so I don't have a lot of business stuff in here. But if you did go through your business email, and it went back, I think, through an entire year of my Gmail information, right? So I reviewed the live blue cactus state first, pulled all 8 deployed graphs, and validated each one, right? So these are all the workflow graphs that we have set up right now, or these are all the agents that we have set up. And so now what I have is these agents are also inside of our desktop app, right? So you log into the desktop app, any agents that live inside of Blue Cactus AI, we pull that agent, at least the web chat and the email agents. I believe for now it's just web chat, not the voice agents yet, but we pull those agents down into the roster. And we're going to talk about this in a minute and what this desktop app does. So then it was able to give me some workflow ideas, which is pretty cool. And so for now, I'm just going to say, okay, I want you to look at my NVS voice agent workflow and just describe that workflow to me. Use the MCP server and describe that workflow to me. So anyways, back to the web app. And yeah, again, so what's the difference between like a system like this and GrokBot, right? So GrokBot, all of the bots are living on one server, right? All of the bots are writing to a file system to store memories, right? I mean, one of the immediate differences between our system and that system is we're storing our data in Postgres, right? And we have full audit history, full OTel tracing, right? And more of like a durable storage for customer-facing agents, right? So customer-facing agents, if we do, we get an outcome that's tied, or an artifact that's tied to a real customer, right? It's nice to have that data inside of a durable storage like Postgres versus having all that data inside of a file system, right? And if you were really to scale this up, from what I understand, that file system memory mechanism can become a little cumbersome at scale, right? If you had 20 customer support agents all working in real time, all writing to a memory system, right? And then trying to bring all those memories together underneath an organization. But anyways, these are all conversations that are stored inside of Postgres, right? So we have phone conversations. So if I pop into a phone conversation, and this was just a convo today. Let's see if we can get a better one. Let's see. So here's call. Oh wow, that goes back to call history. We gotta remove that. Let's come to conversations. So you can pop into any one of these conversations, and what I'll do is I'll pop into let's pop into this document analyst conversation for a second. Okay. So here again, anytime there's a tool call, we have that inside of the conversation history. And let's reset this. Okay, yeah. So we anytime there's a tool call, we have that here. Here's anytime there's RAG. And it looks like this fetch failed. We'll have to look into that. We also are using OpenAI sandboxes now, and so we'll walk through these details. And we also have agent delegation. This is full OTel tracing now. So anytime there's an action that happens, we're using spans and an OTel container to trace that event history, right? So if I come into a Comet, you'll actually see this is the OTel container. And so it's OTel protocol, which is really like the agent standard for tracing agents, right? So anyway, so here's conversations. Let's see. I want to find a conversation where we delegated something. Let's see. This one we didn't delegate, which will... Let's see. Let's see about this one. Huh. This was analyze document. Let's see. This one did some prospect research. So now, and I'll show you in a minute what we're able to do from the desktop app with OpenAI sandboxes. But let's come back to conversation. I just want to find a conversation where we did delegate. This is an agent that we delegated to. We actually delegated. So now what we can do is we can delegate from one agent to another and have the agents communicate. Let's come back to conversations. Let's see. Here's a routine. So we can also schedule routines, which we'll look at in a minute. So that was at 7:42. Let's see. The installation agent I know doesn't delegate. Let's see. 7:42. Let's see if this one delegated. No? Interesting. Hold on. Prospecting agent. Schedule routine. Save note. Delegate to agent. Okay. So this is where now we can actually delegate to an agent and have an agent return some information to us, right? So we have two different agents right now that have delegation and sandboxes enabled. And right now that's a prospecting agent. So this agent can spin up an OpenAI sandbox, go browse the web, find some leads for us, and return those leads. Then I have a document analyst agent where we can go review a document and create a CSV, a PDF, or a chart, a visualization of that document. So let's keep going here. So that's conversations, and this is actually where we delegated to an agent there, from the prospecting agent to the document analyst agent, right? So that's conversation. So now again, we have conversations split between all the different channels. And all of these channels get pulled into conversations. And what we're going to do is we're going to expose this conversation history to agents. So if you want agents to be able to read through conversations from all other agents, different agents that are inside the organization, you can do that easily, right? So that's email, and here's web chat, right? Then we have routines. So now we can set up routines from the desktop agent, and these routines are pretty much like schedules, right? Also, we pulled in all of our memories, right? So these are memories from all of our different persistent memories that our agents have collected. And so if I want to pop into the conversation, the session, right, that saved that memory, I can easily do that. Also, we have evaluations, right? So if I come to quality, I can go into an agent, and we need to test this more aggressively. But we can pretty much create agent evaluations, right? So the idea is that we're going to eventually use natural language to create agents. And I've already been doing this using the MCP server. And let me just let me close down ChatGPT, at least for now. We're gonna spend some good amount of time today in Grok. I've been pretty damn impressed with Grok, actually, and so we'll spend a good chunk of time there. So let's come back. Okay, yeah, so here's evaluations, right? And this would be an evaluation, it looks like, for an email agent. Let's see if we have, let's go back to quality. So we broke that out into a section called quality. And it's really just some new terminology of how we're kind of decoupling these different functions in the platform. But let me see. Alert agent, email, alert chat. What's interesting is I open up this one and it keeps bringing up email agent evaluation. Let's see if it does that. If I come to agents, I believe this is the phone agent. Let's open up the phone agent. This is the camera alert agent. We can click evaluate deployed, then click new scenario, and it only is popping up an opening email evaluation, which is kind of interesting. It used to not do that, but we'll need to work on evaluations a little bit. Let me actually grab a piece of paper here. Need my notebook. I have my notebook right now. This is not critical. We actually, before this is really locked down, we really need to get this deployed. You know, I want to open this up to anyone in the audience that's a developer that wants to start generating workflows, and I'll show you. You know, these workflows are getting pretty good in the system. The voice agent, the web chat, and the email agents are working pretty damn good at this point. Anyway, so this is evaluations. We'll go back through that. We have the knowledge base, right? Which this is where you can pull down. You pretty much go into Google Drive, and any documentation that you want the agent to have access to, you load that up into a folder, and we use AWS an AWS tool, right, to do that document extraction. And then what you do is after you set up these collections, you can assign the collections to an agent, right? And so that's kind of the new skin that I put on the Blue Cactus AI platform, right? And what I can do is let's go back in the cursor. I'm just gonna say, okay, I want you to go find my voice agent, the NVS voice agent, and describe to me how that workflow works. Let me know if in that workflow, I want to make sure that that we don't use our vendor's name on the PDF documents when we do RAG. I just want to use call it the Blue Cactus AI camera. Can you confirm that for me? See if we can go do something. At least go get next to a mob if we can. And wow. Let's see. And what is season 2, Mr. Word? Is that season of discovery, or what? Or is that retail? I don't even know. Anyways, yes, the live NVS workflow already treats this as a hard speech rule. Okay, never speak the vendor name. All right, so I'll just show you. And really, when we deploy this, it's actually going to be an email agent. And what we're going to do is we're going to mimic this agent in email and web chat. And actually, before we test the web chat agent, I'll show you the desktop app. Right, so this is the new desktop app. And so what we're going to do is really there's a couple different modes right in the desktop app. Retail, okay, gotcha. So we have the Copilot mode, right? And so what's this Copilot mode mean? So in my business, we have sales reps, right? We also have appointment setters, right? And we hire appointment setters. You know, all employees come and go, and there's regular churn. But our appointment setters, you know, we need a way to kind of train them better. And hold on, I'm getting attacked in WoW here. But anyway, so we have appointment setters, and so right now what I did is I have a an installation co-pilot and a sales co-pilot. So like what a rep could do, right, or an appointment setter rep, or maybe it's a sales guy. It doesn't have to be an appointment setter, but it could just be a regular sales guy. And so what we're able to do is I can set up these workflows. And they're like co-pilot workflows, right? And the idea with the workflow is that we can use transcription locally or in the cloud. And, that representative can be talking to a customer on his cell phone. And we don't actually have to integrate with the cell phone or the VoIP or pull that data directly from the cell phone or from the phone service. Right, we can just use the microphone on the representative's computer to do transcription. And then what the co-pilot's going to do is it's going to surface insights in real time to that representative, right? So, like if I come into the sales co-pilot, and what I'm going to do actually is first, because it has some of my vendors' product names, I'm going to say, and actually I might let ChatGPT do this. I trust Grok, but I don't fully trust it yet. Hold on. Where's ChatGPT? Okay, here we go. So I'm going to say, okay, so can you confirm that in the NVS workflow, when we do RAG, we do not use the vendor's name? I want to call it like the Blue Cactus AI 2-channel camera or the Blue Cactus AI 4-channel camera. Yeah, so hold on. Well, which workflow are you looking at? Are you looking at the voice agent workflow? Okay. Okay, do you see the two co-pilot workflows? It's the Blue Cactus installation helper, I believe, and then the Blue Cactus sales co-pilot. I want to modify those workflows to behave in the same way. Does that make sense? So right now we're about to use the MCP workflow to actually adjust, so not the MCP, or we're going to use the inside of ChatGPT, we're going to use the Blue Cactus MCP server to modify these workflows. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to say, okay, go ahead and do that and publish the workflow. Okay, so it's about to go ahead and do that. And while it's doing that, what I'll do is we'll go ahead and make a test call here. So let's see. Let's and I know we test the voice agent a lot, but I know that the voice agent's kind of, at least for me, it's very interesting. So again, this is the debug screen, and this is where you can select an agent and test it. Right now, we have this only set up for our voice agents, but eventually this debug screen, we need to make it work for web chat and the email agent too. Just so someone can like build the workflow and then evaluate it, but then also do some sort of live debugging, right? And we kind of need to think about that a little more. But if I come to my AI alert agent, which this is the voice agent, and let me just let me get the phone number for this phone here. Let's see. Okay, I got the phone number here. All right, let's do this. So the idea with this voice agent is that, you know, that event would come from one of these cameras. the webhook would come. And actually, to start, we're going to use email. We're going to draft an email and send that email. But we also could use a voice agent eventually. For now, we're going to start with email. But I kind of have been testing the voice agent more aggressively. But we're going to take that voice agent and mimic it, right? Or clone it to the web chat and to email. And we're going to test it together. But if I make this phone call here, let's see. This is, let's see.
Hi, this is Blue Cactus AI. Am I speaking with the person who handles the cameras in your vehicles?
Yeah, so who is this and why are you calling me?
One of your vehicle cameras sent a no video signal alert NVS, which means it stopped sending video. Had you caught that already?
No, I didn't see that yet.
Do you have a minute to look now?
Yeah, I can look now. What's up?
Sign in at fleet.bluecactus.ai, said slowly as fleet.bluecactus.ai, or use the mobile app if you're away from a computer. Which camera view is black or missing?
Yeah, you know what? Before we do that, I have an installer outside, and he's trying to install a 2-channel camera. Do you know what's supposed to come in the 2-channel camera box?
Let me think through what's standard for that box so I can explain it clearly. I don't have a Deere complete packing list in front of me for the Blue Cactus 2-channel camera box, so I can't reliably tell you exactly what should be included. Once your installer has the unit in hand, the best quick check is to match what's physically there to the install guide for that model, and make sure the required pieces for mounting, connecting the secondary camera, and powering up are present. If you want, I can help the installer narrow it down by the exact customer-facing product name you're using.
Yeah, sure. I guess what installation information do you have?
Let me pull together the key installation details I can share so it's quick to follow. I can't list every available topic from here, but I can look up a specific product topic if you tell me the product name and what you want to know. What's the product name you're...
My OBD2 connector. I'm trying to install with an OBD2 connector.
For a 16-pin OBD2 connector, pin 4 is negative, the ground, and pin 16 is positive 12 volts. Pin 4 is negative, and pin 16 is positive 12 volts. I can repeat those slowly if you want. There's also a common 16-pin OBD2 universal cable option that snaps into GM and similar vehicles and includes an underdash mounting bracket for Ford. If you're ready, we can go back to checking which camera view is black or missing.
Well, no, I just want to try to, I need to install this camera, so tell me how to install the 2-channel camera.
Okay, I can walk through the basics at a high level so it stays safe and simple. Let me check the standard install flow for the Blue Cactus 2-channel camera so I can keep it accurate. Installation should be done by a qualified installer because working with a vehicle's power system can be dangerous. At a high level, the unit is mounted to the windshield on clean, dry glass, usually behind the rearview mirror, and the lens should sit high within the wiper zone. The secondary camera connects with a plug-and-play connector on the channel 2 input, and then it's mounted where needed. Once everything is connected, the recorder powers on with the ignition. For your no video...
Hold on. So for the 4-channel camera, do you know like which cameras connect to which cameras? Like which channel can connect to which channel?
Let me check the input rules for the Blue Cactus 4-channel camera so I don't guess. There are a couple of key limits on the Blue Cactus 4-channel camera. Channel 2 and Channel 3 must use the same camera type, and you can't connect an A-type camera to Channel 4. For your no video signal alert...
All right, cool. I got it. Let's just get back to the NVS, I guess. Can we get back to that? What do I need to do?
Sign in at fleet.bluecactus.ai or use the mobile app and open live video for that vehicle. Which camera view is black or missing?
Yeah, I don't even know what channel it is. I guess you want me to open up live video for my truck? Is that what you're asking me?
Are you able to open live video for that truck now?
No, I actually, I'm gonna have to call my driver or my installer, or somebody to help me do that.
No problem. Let's get a time on the calendar for you to call us back once you've had a chance to check.
All right,
You
cool.
want
But
that?
remember, when you call me back, you're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to get my installer on the phone.
What day works best for you? What day works best for you?
Just pick a day. I don't care.
What time zone are you in?
Central Time.
Okay, I'll look for a few open times in Central and then we can pick one. I have a few open 4 p.m. today, which works for you.
Yeah, 4 p.m. today works. Let's do it. Lock it in.
Got it. Before I book it, I need your name and the email for the invite. What name should I put on it?
My name's Bobby, and the email is bluehedge@gmail.com.
Thanks, Bobby. I'm going to read back the email to make sure it's exact. I have Bobby, and the email is bluehedge@gmail.com. Is that exactly right?
How do you spell it?
BLUEHEDG.
No, it's wrong.
Okay, let's start over with the email. Please spell it one letter at a time.
BLUEH3DGE@gmail.com.
Okay, I'll read that back carefully to make sure it's exact. The email is blueh3dge.gmail.com. Is that exactly right?
Say it one more time.
BLUEH3DGE@gmail.com.
Yeah, you got it.
Great. I'll confirm that and check the 4 p.m. slot.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
You're all set for Monday at 4 p.m. Central. The calendar invite will follow by email. Confirmed for Monday at 4 p.m. Central. Goodbye.
Interesting. So it does look like actually we've had a little bit of regression. There was some hiccups there. And we got, it moved to the closeout node, I guess, before it completed the booking. Let me see if it completed the booking. Hey, Luke, what's up? No, it did. It completed it. So it completed the calendar booking, and it also included my note. We need to look into this, though. But okay, so we just did a test call. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to Cursor. That's a hard speech rule. Or no, sorry, back to ChatGPT to see if done. Both workflows were updated and published, right? So it actually went through and it used the Blue Cactus MCP server to publish the workflow. What's up, Luke? How are you? Let's go get closer to some mobs real quick. Hold on. And then we'll get back to it here in a minute. And then I want to show you the desktop app and how that works. What do we need to kill here? Let's see. Enraged Crusher Core. Okay, I think something's attacking me now. First, I want to show you guys the desktop app before I go silent on you trying to kill a mob here. But okay, so now we have, and I'm not sure if this is going to interrupt my microphone. Okay, so we have the Sales Copilot and the Installation Copilot. So what I'm going to actually say to ChatGPT is I'm going to say, okay, review those workflows and then give me a test conversation Give me a test conversation that I can walk through to test these Copilot from the desktop app. I kind of have a general conversation that I could go through. But just gonna have actually ChatGPT like help me simulate customer conversations, and then I'm gonna read directly off these conversations. Okay, it's designing multi-turn desktop app tests, which is good. Okay. Okay, good. Where does customer chat with Ragnar? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we want to make all the cards populate, right? So the answer card, the objection, and the next step card. So pretty much as I talk with the desktop agent, and again, so you'll log in with Google OAuth. Any agents that are in the Blue Cactus AI web console, those agents the roster will pull down automatically into the desktop app, right? And then what you're going to do is in settings, you can set up your local transcription, right? So the desktop app's going to come bundled with the smallest Whisper C++ transcription. So we have low, medium, and high. And hey, Luke, are you the guy that I saw someone named Luke, I think, come into the Discord and ask if I was coming back? I think that might have been you. But anyway, so we have low, medium, and high. Or you could use a cloud, right? So right now, I actually think we have a cloud transcription set up. And so the idea with this is I'm going to have a general version of Blue Cactus AI where you can bring your own API key. We'll have a base fee, and then you bring your own API key. So if you want to use cloud transcription, that would get billed against your API key, right? So for the first version of the product, really the idea is that you're going to bring your own API key, right, and your own Twilio phone number if you want to do phone agents. And so we'll bill against your Twilio account and your OpenAI account for any generative AI stuff. And then there'll be a base fee for Blue Cactus AI. And you're going to get the whole platform, right, for customer-facing agents. So, this is for people that want to operationalize their business. And have customer-facing agents, right, that can have full trace and audit history, right, where if, one of your customers calls you and says, hey, man, I had some interaction with your agent, and it, told me I could have a 100% off discount, you can go review that and try to understand why that happened, right? With something like Rockbot, especially when you're dealing with many customer conversations, and also if you need to do these customer conversations in parallel, right, at scale, it can be more challenging to scale it up and understand what's happening when you do need to look backwards, right? So anyway, so what I can do now is I can come into the let's go to ChatGPT and see if please. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, when I said answer, I meant fact. So just give me the conversation now. I really could have just went through the conversation myself, to be honest, but that's okay. So what's up, guys? How are you? Are you, what models are y'all using? Okay. Yeah, well, give me one for the sales copilot and the installation copilot. And then I'll show you what this copilot looks like, which is actually pretty cool. Okay, so here's the conversation. Let me just let me see if I bring this up here. Does it block WoW? No, I'm just standing around in WoW too. So, which is okay. Here we go. So here we are. We're in the Blue Cactus desktop app, and there's a speaker button down here. And I've actually been using Grok to help me test this. But let's see. Let's try Sales Copilot first. And let's just turn this on. I don't know if this is going to interrupt the microphone. We'll see. Hey, thanks for taking the call. Sure, happy to learn more. Yeah, we operate 28 service vans and had 2 accident claims last year, and we couldn't even prove what happened. What does your 4-channel camera include? Oh, okay, good. So what's happening right now, Luke, is yeah, nothing's talking to me. So this is like a sales copilot. So the idea is that, and let me just turn this off for a second. So the idea with this is that you'd have a sales rep, right? And the sales rep maybe is like, say it's a guy that you say it like it might be a guy that you hired yesterday, right? And he knows nothing about your product, but you want him to start making phone calls, and I'm kind of like just creating a hypothetical, right? I probably wouldn't just throw someone on the phone the first day, but with something like this, you maybe could. So the idea is I just hired someone yesterday. He knows nothing about my product, right? And I'm going to have him start taking some calls, or he's a very new employee, or he's a employee that's been with me for a while, but he is not there. I have a lot of different products, and you know, there's so much going on. Like I have a 4-channel product, a 2-channel, a GPS tracker, a trailer tracker, and all these different products, right? And the idea is that what I want him to be able to do is while he's on the phone with my customers, instead of just when he gets stuck and he doesn't have an answer for the end customer, instead of saying, hey, I need to call you back, right? He can have this copilot system up that's sitting with him, right? As the call is happening. And what it's doing is the AI model's running in the background, and it's following this transcription, and it's looking for where it can help the representative, right? Should I surface a fact? Should I surface an objection? Or should I surface like a next step, right? So again, I'm gonna go through the conversation here. And this is just like this is a conversation literally that ChatGPT gave me, right? So it says this is like the representative, and it's not perfect, right? It's not an exact conversation that I would have in my business, but it did a decent job. But it said, prospect, sure, happy to learn more. Then here's the prospect. Here's the prospect. And this is a bunch of conversation from the prospect. And you know what? I just thought about it as I'm looking at this. But we can maybe have this tool only, I don't know, it'd be hard to determine who the customer is and who the representative is, right? And I'm going to say, okay, I only see like a lot of messages from the prospect, but not a lot from the rep. I want it to be like a full back and forth conversation, right? Hold on, let me switch this song. It's a little too wordy for me. Okay. All right, let's see. I want it to give me a new conversation that's a little bit better here. And remember, our sales reps aren't going to know the exact model number. Just say like Blue Cactus 2 channel or Blue Cactus 4 channel. Okay, here we go. Here's the convo. All right. Okay, here we go. So we'll test the sales copilot first. So like this is the conversation we're about to go through. And the copilot is going to surface insights in real time, right? So let's put this up here. And here we go. So I'm going to say, and what I can do is I can actually clear this chat. So let's just clear this and we're going to start fresh. And I'll say, hey, thanks for taking the call. Sure, happy to learn more. Yeah, we operate 28 service vans and had 2 accident claims last year where we couldn't prove what happened. What does your 4-channel camera cover? Yeah, I saw the 4-channel camera in a technical sheet. And it sounds kind of expensive, though. I guess how expensive is the camera? Super expensive? I'm kind of concerned about cost. Yeah, I don't think my drivers, they don't want a camera facing the driver. You know, my drivers will quit. They'll quit. They don't give a crap. They don't want that camera facing them in the cab of the truck. We also can't take 28 vans out of service for an installation. Okay, so like, I guess what's the next step from here? Okay. Okay, got it. Thanks. So that was kind of not great. But so the idea with this, right, which this is pretty damn cool, to be honest, and this is going to add real value to my business. And look, sometimes the transcription, if it doesn't understand what you're happening, it converts it to Chinese, which is crazy. And then I've actually been testing this before, and all of a sudden it like responded to me in Chinese, and I was like, what the heck's going on? And anyway, so that's the desktop app. Hold on, looks like Twitch chat went down. Hold on, let me check my no memory pressure. Okay, I thought Twitch went down for a second. Guys, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right. So, which is pretty cool. So that's the sales copilot. Now I'll show like the installation copilot. So I'll just let's just turn on the microphone here. Hey, I'm installing a 2-channel camera in a 2022 Ford Transit. The van is parked right now, but I'm worried that this is gonna require like me drilling into the cab. Am I gonna have to drill into the cab to do this? Okay, I have the 16-pin OBD2 cable. Is that the right cable? Where should I be connecting that cable? Okay, and the camera is mounted and connected, but the LED's blinking, I guess. What should I do next? The LED is blinking in my installer's face. He doesn't know what the heck it means. Okay, it's a green blinking LED. Okay, but what if it's connected and it still keeps blinking at him? Okay, well, yeah, it's all connected. We checked the wiring, but the blinking green LED is still blinking. Okay, all right. And you know, again, I live in Arizona, and I'm kind of concerned about the heat. You know, will the adhesive melt, or will this camera stay on the windshield? Okay, great. Hey, thank you. Thanks for calling me. Okay, so there, it's pretty cool. That's a live copilot, right? And so what I'm actually going to do now is we're going to use Grok, and we're going to use Grok to actually help us test the desktop app, which should be pretty fun. First, I'm just going to shut down ChatGPT for now. Let's see. Let me shut down ChatGPT. Okay, cool. And what we'll do is I'm going to say, okay, I want you to look at the I want you to look at the PDFs that we have that we indexed. You can check the database. It's Postgres installed with Homebrew via Homebrew. I want you to check the database, review the PDFs that we currently have indexed to get a better understanding of my business. And then I want you to start thinking about some conversations so we can test these Copilot agents, right? We have 2 Copilot agents. One's a sales Copilot agent. Another is an installer Copilot agent. But when, and it's going to be a back and forth conversation, right? What we're simulating is I'll have a representative sitting in the chair. The rep is going to be making a call to the end customer, and the end customer is going to be talking back to the rep. And so it's going to be like a back and forth conversation, and our desktop app is going to be recording that transcription and then surfacing cards inside of the desktop app. So first I want you to, but when we have this conversation, my customer is not going to know the model name of the camera, right? So what I want you to do is use just terminology like the 2-channel camera or the 4-channel camera, right? And don't even expose any of the camera model names in the chat. But just show me what that conversation would look like. Don't actually do the conversation yet. When we actually do this conversation, I'm going to have you speak through my Mac Studio speakers and simulate this conversation. And we're going to open up the Whales development environment in the Cursor browser. Okay, so we're going to let Grok is going to do some real world work here. I just want to make sure ChatGPT's closed down here just to free up some, make sure we're managing our memory responsibly here. Let's see. Oh, today it looks like Cursor Origin got released too, which is pretty crazy. No, okay, not the Postgres. Okay, the Postgres MCP server is a different database. Just use this database, Postgres database we're going to be looking in is installed locally on my Mac Studio via Homebrew. Grok is incredibly cheap. Let's go to OpenRouter and just look at the cost. Let's see, models. Let's see. There's Grok. Okay, Grok 4.6. This is let's see. Yeah, so $2 input, $6 output. Which is very inexpensive, is my understanding. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Can we just compare on cost? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Let me filter this. I just want to look at I don't care about when it's released. Okay, context is cool. We can keep that. All right. So like here is here's Grok 4.6, right? So $2 in, $6 out. Let me see if Cursor has a benchmark too. I don't know if they track cost here. Okay, yeah, here's cost. So yeah, look at man, look at Grok 4.6. Very inexpensive. I mean, look at Fable 5, way out here. Here's Opus. But yeah, so Grok is coming, getting, after this acquisition, and obviously, he has plus he just IPO'd, right? And he has there's a lot of data center spend happening, so lots of access to compute, and so he's able to put a lot of pressure on cost. But yeah, $2.81, and it seems to be pretty efficient too. I mean, like, look at Fable 5 extra high. $11.73 is the cost per task, which is kind of crazy. Let's see where's $10 input, $50 output. How much is Opus? $5 input, 25 output. And anyone that's watching, does anyone have thoughts on Opus 5? I know a lot of people are not happy with it. But anyways, let's go back to Grok here. So I'm gonna say let's go to let's open up the browser here, and let's I'm gonna say, okay, I want you to open up the phase 1 desktop app in the browser. Can you do that? Let's go try to kill something in a while. I don't know if I'm gonna get killed in here. No. Okay, no, we need to go back over this way. Can't connect to server. Huh. It says can't connect to server. I see a white screen now. It's still trying to connect to the web server here. And then we're going to actually have Grok test the Copilot, which is pretty cool. It'll actually simulate the conversation and then use my MacBook speakers to have this back and forth conversation between the prospect and the sales rep or the representative. Let's see. It's pulling up the way we're using Whales, which is a it lets you, for a desktop app, run a Go backend with a Vite front end, and it binds it, I guess, to these Go methods. So you can have like a JavaScript front end on top of a Go backend on the desktop app. I don't know why this is. Let's see. Let's open it here. Interesting. Let's see if Grok can figure it out. That's it needs the Whale Go bridge. Okay. So right now I can see the desktop app, though. When I pull it up here, I can see it just fine. Let's see if Grok can do this. Hold on, but this was working. We shouldn't need to make any code modifications. We've been using the browser for a few days now. Are you sure that's the right port? Do we need to restart the desktop app with the phase 1 desktop bash script? If the browser users are likely have the wrong URL or stale process. Yeah, I think it has a stale URL. Let's okay. If I love this song, let's move this song. Let's see, Grok. It's got to have the wrong URL. Wrong port. Okay, so it had the wrong port. Okay, here we go. It's a lot better for stream too here. It looks a little better. Let's check our memory pressure again. Okay, memory pressure's in the green. We're Gucci. Okay. So, I'm gonna say okay, cool. Let's test the installation helper in the Blue Cactus Sales Copilot. Let me look at those conversations. Look at that conversation it built. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Grok is good at coming up with these simulations, actually. So I'm gonna say, okay, cool. Let's test these. Let's test the simulations for the Blue Cactus installation helper and the Sales Copilot. I want you to use my MacBook speakers to do this, to speak, so we can pick up the transcription on the microphone. Use like a girl's voice and a guy's voice for the prospect and the representative. Go ahead and do that. So check this out, guys. It's about to do this. You should hear it. It's going to start. Oh, you know what? The output's going to my headphones. I just realized that. You know what? We might not be able to do this. I can maybe do it myself. Or for now, we'll test the document analyst and the prospecting agent. Okay, I actually just realized that I have the output set up on my AirPods right now. So if you speak, the audio I don't think is going to come through the MacBook speakers. Could you force it to go through the MacBook speakers? I'm also using Elgato Wave 3. Wavelink. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this actually on stream. We'll see. Just do a quick test and try to speak something from the MacBook Mac Studio speakers. Can y'all still hear me? Okay, yeah. Okay, try it again. It's weird. The Wave 3, it came through the speakers, but the Wave 3 didn't pick it up.
Testing Mac Studio speakers again. This should be in the room, not the AirPods.
Cool, that worked. Or awesome, that worked. Okay, I'm gonna turn the microphone towards my Mac Studio. Let's just make sure. Okay, go ahead and test the Sales Copilot and the installation helper. simulate the conversation and speak through the Mac Studio speakers. And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. It's about to do it, guys. It's about to start it.
Hi, this is Jordan with Blue Cactus AI. Am I talking to whoever handles cameras and safety for the trucks?
Yeah, this is Pat. I run Prairie Grain out of Omaha. 18 trucks.
18. Got it. What's going on with cameras today?
We had a claim last month we couldn't fight. Driver swears he didn't cut the guy off. I've got nothing but a GPS ping. Insurance is already on me.
That's exactly the whole video fills. When you picture this, do you want just the road, or road and driver?
I don't know your model names. I just know some of you have a 2-channel camera and some have a 4-channel. I don't want a science project. Drivers will lose it if I put a camera on their face.
Forget model names. 2-channel is road plus one more view. 4-channel is the full rack. Road, driver, sides, rear, cargo. Driver facing can wait.
How long is the truck down? I am not paying a shop to drill my cabs. And if you tell me I have to cut factory wires, I'm done.
For the windshield camera, it's a stick-on mount and a cable into the diagnostic port. No drilling, no cutting. About 15 minutes a truck.
What's this cost me? I've got a quote from another vendor that's cheaper on paper.
I won't throw a number I haven't checked. One claim you can't disprove usually dwarfs the camera. Want me to run your last 12 months of claims against a 2-channel versus 4-channel rollout?
Yeah, Central Time. Email is pat@prairiegrain.com. Don't book anything until I talk to my owner Friday.
Hey Pat, Jordan again. You said truck 14 is dark. Which camera did you put in? The 2-channel or the 4-channel?
The 4-channel, the one that's supposed to do road, driver, and the sides. I don't know the model. Truck's a 19 Freightliner. It's parked.
Good, it's parked. On that 4-channel, which view is black? Road, driver, left, or right?
Road is fine. Driver is fine. Left side is black. And I'm not taking this dash apart if you're about to tell me to drill.
Don't drill. Check the left camera plug on the recorder. Seated all the way. Same as the others.
Seated. Still black. The little lights did a red blue green thing when I keyed on. Then it went solid blue. Is that good?
Solid blue is what we want. Can you pull up fleet.bluecactus.ai and open truck 14? Left view.
Apps open. Left is still black. If this is a 4-hour job, I'm calling my installer and you people are paying for it.
One more thing before a shot. Is that left camera cable pinched in a door? And is the lens cap still on?
Caps off. Oh, cable was in the door. Pictures back. Don't you dare send me a bill for that.
Okay, I turned the mic off. Okay. So I'm gonna say, so what I just did there, and it doesn't sound that great because it's using, I think, some voices that come with the Mac Studio. I don't know exactly what those voices are, but there's some voices that come bundled with Mac OS, I think. But so this is a Copilot, right? And so the idea with this is this would be a Copilot, and it's not a customer-facing agent, right? It's an agent that's an internal agent for my representatives to guide them through a phone call, right? So that's Copilot mode, right? And then we have, right now we have the prospecting agent and the document analyst agent. Now what's cool is if I come to Blue Cactus AI and I go to conversations, we can see these conversations that we just had, right, at 3:45 and 3:41. So I can pull up these desktop app convos, and here's that conversation. I should have had it like try to set up a routine or a memory, but now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, now I want you to use the Blue Cactus MCP server to go check out the document analyst agent and also the prospecting agent workflow. Use the MCP server to review the workflow. And we want to test. So for the prospecting agent, we wanted to maybe check like Las Vegas or Nevada for fleet management leads, like plumbers. We want to go prospect and find a list of plumbers and have it return a CSV doc. And then once we get that CSV doc, we want to delegate to the document analyst and have the document analyst create some sort of chart visualization of those prospects. Try to make it like a real world use case if you can for a sales rep that would be working for me. We also want to test routines and memories. And this is going to be in chat mode, not Copilot mode. Okay, so let's make sure. Where is it? There. Okay. Just make sure we don't have any memory pressure. Oh, good, we're green. All right. So, and guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps a lot. Kind of helps push the content out to more people. So that would be much appreciated. So let's see here. Okay. So now what Grok's going to do, it's going to go test my document analyst agent and also my prospecting agent. So right now we use the OpenAI sandbox to do this. So the sandbox is not persistent, but the sandbox will spin up and take the actions it needs to take, and then we tear down the sandbox and we return the information. So Grok's doing that now. Again, it's using the MCP server. And again, all of this data right now is fully, you can audit the full history. You can see the full technical trace. So here's the full technical trace for this desktop chat, right? And we didn't store any memories or routines, but if we did, we would see them here. Here's a memory that we got earlier today. Wait, 343. Oh no, look, it did capture a memory. Wait, why did it capture so many memories? Hold on. Oh wow, it captured a lot of memories. So like, I run Mary Grain out of Omaha. Prospect said they had a claim last month they couldn't fight. Claim they couldn't fight and only had GPS data. Insurance is already on them. Is considering road only versus road plus driver cameras. So on that workflow, we actually had save memory. And let me know, guys, too, if like the music's too loud or anything. It should be okay. I think it got louder though. Interesting. Now when I mute the microphone, it gets louder. Maybe not. Okay. So so these are all the memories, right, from that conversation. Let's go back to cursor. Grok's doing its thing. I'm gonna go grab another espresso, and I'll be right back. Something's killing me, and wow, I had to come back. Hold on. Oh no, I think I'm dead. It's okay. I'll be right back. You can keep watching this. So here, it's communicating in chat right now, a grok, and it's using the prospecting agent. It just returned a CSV of 10 plumbers, and it's doing all of this inside of the cursor browser, which is pretty cool. And this is chat mode. All right, I'm back. Okay, so finish the handoff. So we actually so we used the prospecting agent to go get us a CSV of leads, right? We said, hey, go into Las Vegas and go find us some leads for plumbers. It went and did that. It returned a CSV document, and then it handed it off, delegated it to the document analyst, and now the document analyst is running. Let me see if I can go to the desktop app while this is... See, it doesn't... No, the agent clicked on the document analyst, so let me let it do its thing. And then we can review the chat together. Let's release my spirit here and go. Where's my body? Man, the body's far. It's okay. We stuck down here. Some trouble navigating the Grand a little bit. Can we get up here from there? Okay, cool. Okay, what PRs are open right now? So right now we're gonna check to see if there's any open PRs, and then we're actually gonna start. And if I come, let me go to conversations. First, we can go to routines. This said 8-minute reminder. So this reminder, here's a routine that's set up right now and it's pending. But the desktop agent, even if we close this down, right? Even if I close this down, which let me go see where we got a routine set up here. Here's where we delegated to the document analyst. Here's where we created the 8-minute check-in routine, right? So now we have this routine. You can see the routine is set up here. And if I go to conversation, we can see here's the tool call of where we scheduled that routine. And here's the memory that we're able to save in that chat, right? And here's the CSV that it went to create. We got to work on this a little bit, but like here's the first. Let's look at the CSV it gave us. Here's the prospect CSV. Let's open that. Okay, so here's so it went and searched the web and returned these plumbing leads for us, right? Then after we returned the plumbing leads, so this did this inside of an OpenAI sandbox. So we just said, hey, I'm working Nevada this week. Remember, that my territory is Las Vegas Metro. Pull a list of plumbing companies around Las Vegas that look like they run a service fleet. I need a CSV with company, city, phone, website, and a rough fleet guess, right? So, and then what we quick check in. So there you go. There's the 8-minute routine that just checked in again. Now, if I come here and I go back to routines, you'll see that routine's not pending anymore, right? Which is pretty cool. So we have routines and memories working, right? So really, our desktop app is kind of our orchestration system where we can orchestrate many agents, right? So we have the full Copilot. So here's the installation helper, and the Copilot is, and let's just look in cursor because it's a little bigger. But yeah, so here's the installation helper Copilot. That anytime there's an objection, it surfaces insights in real time for a representative. Here's the sales Copilot, surfacing insights, facts, next steps, helping a sales rep work through a conversation in real time. And then this was our prospecting agent, and we're able to create a routine. And even when I create this routine, I can close down this app and walk away from my computer, open up another computer, another machine. Doesn't matter. This is not local. These are cloud agents. And when you open your computer back up, you'll see that routine will check back in with you, right? Then let's look at the PNG. So then we said, let's see. This is where we handed it off. So let me see. I don't like all this, whatever all this junk is. First, let's see what the PRs that are open. There's 6 open PRs, I'm going to say. Okay, I want you to use, I want you to go review to see if there's any new PR review comments on these PRs. And then fix the PR review comments, commit, and push to origin. You know, I'm really impressed with what Elon's been able to do with Grok, to be honest. He's a very, very aggressive competitor. So we're letting Grok fix this stuff here. I want to merge these PRs so we can start working on something else. It's funny because back in the day, a few months ago, I used to review all PR review comments. I kind of would like skim through them And you know, lately I don't even look at the PR review comments, right? I set up the PRs, PR review comments run, and then I just have an agent review the PR. I do like 2 passes, right? Open the PR review comments happen, I fix them, push again, PR review runs again, then I push fixes again, like 2 passes max, kind of, and then I'll merge. Body's pretty far this time, huh? I have to say too, some people think harness doesn't matter, but you know, I've used Fable 5 inside of Claude, and I've used Fable 5 in Cursor, and Cursor seems to do a better job at design. I need to get some benchmarks so we can kind of measure this in a more accurate way, but just off vibes, when I'm vibing, you know, the Cursor's pretty damn good with design. I don't know what it is about the harness, if they have better snapshot tools, or better, or maybe they're doing better vision or something, or they're using some, I'm not sure. I need to think about it, but you know, I tried doing like designing this desktop app using Claude, and then I let Cursor do it, and I was impressed with the results from Cursor. You know, the Cursor, just, you run through your usage incredibly fast. But now Grok, you know, Grok is very it's very cheap, right? And you get a ton of usage with Grok. And so for the Ultra plan with Cursor, you get a certain amount of API usage, but then they give you a ton of Grok usage, and you get Grok bot, right? Okay, when you're done fixing these commits, do you think we're ready to merge the PRs, or should we restart phase 1 and test again? All right, cool. So Grok is trying to determine if we're okay to merge these PRs. Okay. Say. Okay, let's go ahead and merge the PRs, then switch to the default branch and fast forward. If I don't die again here, I gotta use the restroom though. In a second to here. Too much liquid. Now when I'm streaming, sometimes I like to drink water just to keep the throat moist. Please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already, guys. It helps a lot. Helps push this content to new people. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom quickly. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So I will say cursor, I get a little confused sometimes with the messages. Cursor does have the best messages when they do put up a card for you to approve some sort of request. They give some good detail of what they're trying to do, even though sometimes when you read it, it can be a tad confusing. because it's saying this wasn't like one of the target PRs, but I know it was 60. Yeah. All right, so let's just go ahead and do it. What other genres we have right now? Let's see. No, let's not do the sync commit yet. But I want you to restart phase 1 and phase 1 desktop, right? See if we can find these. Okay, here's another one. I like rebinded the key binds too, so it's getting used to them. Okay, so okay, good. It knows to keep up ngrok, which is good. You know what I want to do too is before we, I'm gonna check one thing here. Yeah, so what are the open PRs in this service right now? Okay. Okay, can you walk through, now that we just merged these PRs and restarted phase 1, I want you to walk through the full testing again. Test the Copilot agents with my Mac speaker, and also test the document analyst and the prospecting agents. This time pick a different state, not Texas. Pick some random state and grab some leads, right? Try to see if you can get, we really need email for the leads, right? So we want to scrape those websites and try to find email. So PRs are open there. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do now is we just merged like 6 PRs, which really, that was a lot of work that we did on Blue Cactus AI. And then let's just real quick, let's go back to conversations. And again, these are the conversations that we just had with the desktop agent, right? So these are 2 different Sales Copilot conversations. Then we had the installation help Copilot, a Sales Copilot, installation help. We need to look at these because these are. And then here's the prospecting agent conversation that we just had. And this is where we actually, so we're able to save these artifacts, right, in the database. So like when one agent, if it's the prospecting agent, will create an artifact, right, go find leads for me, do some prospecting, find leads, generate an artifact like a CSV. And then when it generates that artifact, right, which this was the artifact that it generated, it saved that artifact, and then we delegated it, right, to another agent. So here's where we, and we need to clean some of this up. It passes, the data is formatted all funky. But here is like where it actually delegated from one agent to another. So we have full agent-to-agent communication right now. And here's our memory, right? Let's go back to cursor. Oh. Hold on. Clear the chat and start over. I was just talking on stream, and the microphone picked up my transcription. So go try again now. You're going to need to turn on the microphone again. So guys, I'm going to let Grok do its thing, but it's about to use my Mac Studio speakers to test the Copilot agent, and then it's going to test the chat agents.
Hi, this is Jordan with Blue Cactus AI. Am I talking to whoever handles cameras and safety for the trucks?
Yeah, this is Chris. I run High Country Freight out of Denver. 14 trucks.
14. Got it. What's going on with cameras today?
We had a side swipe last week in the mountains. Driver says the other guy drifted. I've got GPS and that's it. Insurance wants video.
When you picture this, do you want just the road, or road and driver?
Road and driver. Maybe a rear camera later. I don't want anyone drilling holes in these cabs.
No drilling. Adhesive mount. Cable tucked in the weather stripping. We can start 2-channel and add views later.
A cheaper quote said they could do 4 cameras for less. Why wouldn't I just take that?
Ask them about storage. Who owns the footage? And what happens when you need a clip for a claim on a Friday night?
Don't book me until Wednesday. I have to talk to the owner first. Email is fine.
Hey, I'm in the yard on truck 7. 2 channel. Kenworth. Road camera is fine. Driver camera is black.
The LED on the recorder is solid blue.
Solid blue means the unit is up. Did the cable get pinched in the door when you ran it?
Yeah, I stuffed it through the door jamb. Is that the problem?
That's a classic pitch. The driver view goes black even when the recorder looks healthy. Pull the cable out of the jam and tuck it behind the weather stripping.
There's no lens cap on it. I already checked.
Good. After you reroute. Power cycle and we should get the driver view back.
Okay, now we're moving on to testing the chat agent. The Copilot is okay. It's not perfect. Like right there with the installation Copilot, I was kind of expecting one more card. But now Grok is about to test the prospecting agent. So we're going to send Grok's going to send a chat to the prospecting agent and have it go review or go find some leads. So it'll spin up that OpenAI sandbox. Okay, so here we go. It started a background job here. Started prospect research. Saved a memory because we have a memory tool here. And it started... and let's open up. We can open up the desktop app to kind of to follow along with it. So here you go. It's working in the background. No, it's taking in my. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Microphone was still on. Let's clear the chat and let's start again. Remember, when you communicate with chat, pretend to be like a layman that's not super familiar. Some person that's new on the job. Make it more natural when you type, like what an actual human would type into the prospecting agent. So it's about to clear this chat. If you don't clear the chat, the session will persist. Once we're done with this, we're going to, and what I can do is let me pull up, so here's the prospecting, and we'll follow along with the agent here. Or we can just keep this up, I guess. Actually, when it streams in the response, it doesn't always push it down to the bottom, which is something we need to fix. See, when it streams the response, it doesn't bump it down, or push the thread down to the bottom of this view here, or the transcript. But right now it's working in the background. So right now it shows this visual indicator. Hey, we just pretty much asked, we said, hey, find me HVAC companies in Portland, Oregon, right? Then it spun up that OpenAI sandbox, and now we're looking. It went and found these prospects and returned a CSV document to us, right? And if I open this, oh, well, that's not good. I don't know if that's the new change. Interesting. This was just working. Hold on, the prospect CSV that just got returned doesn't have any HVAC companies in it. Investigate. I don't know if that's from the when we merged those PRs or what. Oh, it's listing. So I have an MCP server that actually lists the which is weird. It's there. Hold on, let's try. Okay, it's gonna pull the actual file. Let's see if Grok can do this. This is kind of maybe a little more challenging of a task here. See if Grok can do this. Let's double check. Yeah, there's nothing in the CSV. No prospects. Yeah, so explain to me exactly why this happened again. I'm trying to understand why this happened. It's interesting, but I see HVAC companies here, but it didn't get, it's not in the CSV. And prefer short and write every confirmed row. It created it with only, then put a here or 10 to reply text. Why did it do that? Except an empty file is done. Okay, so this is not related to the code that we just merged into the default branch, right? Where is that instruction where we say only to do 5 web searches? Is that a global instruction? Let's see. Actually, that's the original. Merge attic. Okay, so like if you say, instead of saying 10, if you just say find me some HVAC companies, would it work? Or I guess before we make any changes, I want you to try another chat to see if we can get it to return a valid CSV first. Okay, it's related to this tool we have called Research Prospects. Okay, let's see if we can, if it'll, so we just said that file was empty. Can you just find me some HVAC companies in Portland? I don't need a big list. So let's see if this works here. Got it. Sorry about that empty file. I've kicked off a fresh poll, so now it's opening up another sandbox. Let's see, I think it might have made a tool called okay, here's a job. Processing. Okay, so here's the new sandbox job. Our MCP server will return active jobs. The background job finished, but it did not produce a requested CSV. Interesting. All right, so let's try and figure out what's going on. The background job finished, but didn't return a CSV. Actually really curious if Grok is going to be able to work through this, or if I'm going to have to switch to like Codex. And cursor usage. Yeah, so I mean, dude, Grok gives you a ton of usage. Honestly, like a ton. And they're really, you know, they're right there at the frontier. Elon's very competitive. Check the job ran the model, so there was as failed. That means opening. I marked the sandbox run complete. I wrote a header. Chat reply is the result. That did work. No. Wait, so help me understand, why did that sandbox job fail? Oh, okay. Where the container run is completed. No timeout, no. There was nothing it could keep. Yeah, but I'm trying to understand, like, why couldn't it complete the CSV? Grok's still not being clear, kind of why the CSV actually failed. I don't know if we don't have good logging, or we don't understand why the CSV didn't write to that directory in the sandbox. Once we're done testing this, and this is why I like to test after we merge, right? Because this was working. Yeah, I mean, why don't you try to clear it? Because we were able to get CSVs to return, even though the instructions may need to be modified. Still, the CSV was returning in our prior tests. I want you to clear chat and try again. We should be at least should be able to get a CSV to return. All right, so let's see. We're gonna try another chat. Still doesn't make sense exactly why it wouldn't return. To be honest, I'm still a little confused. Those other chats should have returned to CSV. I'm not sure why OpenAI read our instructions and didn't return a CSV. But first, let's see if we can generate one, and then explain to me again very concisely why you think OpenAI decided or took the happy path or the easy path and didn't write the CSV or use the code interpreter to write the CSV in the sandbox. just cue that up. I mean, the grok usage feels like limitless, honestly. Okay, here we go. It's about to send another chat here. There we go. Okay, so it just, we got to get it to bump down when it does start. Okay, here it goes. It's running the background job now. The back, but it did not. What the? Let's see if Grok can figure this out. And I'm tempted to have Codex look at it too, but we'll stick with Grok. This is very strange. This was working before we merged the PR. Despite I sent a fresh layman ask in chat mode. Oop. Well, that kind of bummer. Hold on. Fresh layman. Okay, now here we go. Mark the sandbox input. The worker found 0 files. First orchid job. The second success was a habit of doing one search. Another retry without a prompt. It's likely the same mess. Try a different state, because I was testing this for the last few days and it was returning CSV. It must be some change we just made. Has to be. I just don't want to update the code because Grok is insisting, hey, let's update instructions. But I know that this was working as expected yesterday. I mean, I tested it 20 times yesterday and the day before. You know, I'm not going to blame Grok, but all of a sudden we let Grok touch the code base and we're having some interruptions in service. I still don't want to say that it's Grok yet. I've created CSV. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So that one worked. Interesting. Okay, so that one worked. Help me understand what's happening. Like, what was it about that prompt? We shouldn't have to tell it to create a CSV file, right? Let's just post all these. I like the way Cursor cues that up. I mean, we can let Grok try to fix the instructions, is what we'll do here in a minute. Really, I am kind of determined to like see how much we can get done with Grok, right? Without just simply because, you know, because it's so inexpensive, right? And there's so much, we have so much usage with Grok. See what Grok can find out here. Web search plus a short icon. Some companies reply already looks like a finished answer. On a vague goal to write the file, they did not force it. Okay, what I want you to do is, and where are these in, I guess this is instructions for a tool, right? That these instructions aren't exposed to the end customer, right? Okay. Okay, go ahead and check out to a new branch, and let's update those instructions. And then let's update those instructions and then restart the phase one services and the phase one desktop service, and then test this again. Try a few different states that we haven't tried yet. If I had my work tree workflow set up, you know, we could probably be working on like 5 things at once right now. I am tempted. I just got to make sure all my sub modules are set up properly, so when we boot up the new work tree, we can initialize the sub modules, and then work. But really, the next item after we continue testing the desktop app, what we're going to do next is I'm going to use the MCP server to look at this workflow, and actually I could start this now, but we're going to look at this workflow, the Blue Cactus AI camera alert agent, and we want to mimic, because I've tested the phone agent aggressively, and so what we want to do is we want to mimic this workflow exactly the same in the email workflow and the web chat workflow for NVS. Because what we're going to do is when that webhook comes in, we're going to send an email, and then in the email we're going to include a web chat link. So, and you know what I could do is I could honestly have Cursor start thinking about that. So I could say, okay, I want you to use the Blue Cactus MCP server to look at the phone agent workflow. And then the phone agent workflow is for no video signal events. And then I want you to look at the no video signal email workflow and the no video signal web chat workflow. Eventually what we want to do is we want to mimic all three of these workflows should be the exact same. Because what we're going to do is we're going to end up sending up a webhook endpoint, and we're going to have another service send this webhook event, and this webhook event is going to kick off the NVS email workflow. That's going to send an email to the prospect, and inside that workflow we're going to include a web chat link if the customer wants to have more discussion. I want you to just review this, use the MCP server, tell me what the diff is between these two different workflows, and then tell me what your approach is to do this. Don't do anything yet. This is just a brainstorm. Okay. All right, here we go. So let's see. Okay, we're just killing some session, some orphaned artifacts. I gotta look into that too. Every time we reboot the services, we have the front end, the Next.js leaves like some orphaned artifacts around, and they just kind of hang around. And every time we have to explicitly remove them. So just gotta look into that. Just kill all phase 1 services and restart phase 1. Phase 1's just a bash script that starts all the services. All right, cool. We're stopping the services and restarting. And if you haven't already, guys, please follow, like, and subscribe on YouTube, Twitch, X. It helps push this content out to more people that are interested in vibe coding. Okay. While we're waiting for Grok to do its thing, let's kill another mob here. Wait, did it make the changes? Oh, it did make... Did it make changes? Oh, no, it did edit. Okay, good. Next, I'll run prospecting. Okay, here we go. So now we're testing prospecting again. Okay, phase 1 is back up on a clean stack. Okay, cool. Oh, there we go. Hold on, let's pull up the desktop app. Background job is running. It should return the CSV now. Nice. Looks like it created it. Okay, nice. So it created a list of 15 plumbing companies. Nice. Okay, so it's returning the prospecting CSV, which is good. Okay, it looks like it worked. Keep trying other states. And then let's test delegation to the document analyst. So it's about to keep testing different states. So we're going to try and fetch CSVs from different states. And all of this is pretty relatively cheap. If I come to settings and then billing, and we look at the sandbox, so far, and we need to break this out a little bit better. All these say web chat, which is cool, but really some of these are from the desktop app. Oh, here we go. Desktop AI. Desktop AI. It's a web chat agent, though. But, yeah, so far, I've only spent like $3 in sandbox cost. I got to look into the exact cost, but, it's relatively cheap, right? And you could decide not to run these sandboxes or run them or run phone agents are going to cost you more than anything. But if you had like the $100 or the $200 ChatGPT plan, you could set up a ton of agents and really get a lot of usage. So let's see. Let's come back to cursor. Okay. Okay, so it's about to run another state. Arizona, Mesa, Arizona worked. It worked. Really pushing Grok here. It didn't fill out any text in the browser. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're about to find electrical contractors, it looks like, in Dallas. So here we go. And remember, our sandbox research projects at $2 and... let's go to billing. This should go up. It always asks me questions, but it goes ahead and runs the sandbox. We need to take down all of these items here that we're going to need to resolve. I'm just trying to get it to a point where I think, okay, it's acceptable to integrate Stripe and start onboarding some people. Still working in the background. Let's see what cursor's saying. Wait, did it not start running it yet? Hold on. Wait, so was it waiting for me to respond to that question before it booted up that sandbox? We really always need email too, to be honest. You can't always find email, that's the thing. Okay, I'm okay with the agent asking those follow-up questions, but we shouldn't show that status that it's working in the background until it's actually working in the background, right? Check out to new branch and make those changes. Okay, let's look. Okay, here's the CSV. Boom, it pulled them up. Okay, cool. So we got the CSV working again, which is good. Then we just got to test delegation. Let's see what this is saying here. Wow. Customer brings canvas up. Okay. Wait, what? Open decisions before building. Grok did a nice little canvas here, right? Nice little canvas. Okay, shared topology. Let me log into my platform here. Okay. Okay. So what I'm gonna say is we probably need to read through this a little closer here. Okay, so the idea is ooh. Holy, one of my cameras fell. Huh. It's okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna say it's kind of a bummer. Let me see if I can get this camera set up again. Here. Fix that. Okay, so wow, I guess I died. Okay, I think we're back. Okay, so I'm gonna say, and let's see if we got this view working. Oh, that's coffee break. Okay, cool, we're back. Okay. That's rough. How far is the walk? It's not terrible. Okay, so let me see. Okay, first let's talk to Grok. I'm gonna say, okay, so the idea right now is that the email agent is gonna have a webhook trigger, And I want you to go look at Blue Cactus Fleet. Look at the code in the Blue Cactus AI Fleet directory to review the ingest service. We have a service that kind of takes in data. And I want you to review that service and think about how we can send a webhook when we get a no video signal NVS event in that listener service. We're going to have to send a webhook over to Blue Cactus AI. We're not going to do it right now. I just want you to review that code to just take a look and see how we would do that. Then what we're going to do is inside of the browser, you're going to open up the Blue Cactus AI web console. In the web console, you're going to set up a web chat endpoint, right? You're going to modify the email workflow. So the email workflow really should almost mimic the voice workflow where it makes sense, right? So for instance, like the opening line should probably be the same. The pacing should probably be very similar. The NVS wording should be similar, right? So a lot of those items should be very similar on the email workflow. And same with web chat. Now, the idea is that we're going to set up that webhook trigger on the email workflow. Then you're going to go into settings inside my web console. You're going to set up a web chat endpoint. Then what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to, after we get that set up, and use the Blue Cactus MCP server to do this. You should be able to do all of this through the Blue Cactus MCP server. Maybe not setting up the API key, but eventually we could add that to the MCP server, but you might need to do that through the browser. And then when you're done doing that, what we want to do is we want to use curl locally to send a curl to that webhook endpoint and see if we can kick off the email workflow. So try to do that now. See if Grok can do this. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Okay, we're back. Super curious if Grok's going to be able to do this, actually. So there, it's listing out my workflows. Let's walk back to the body while it's doing its thing. Okay, it did find that directory. Nice. It ran some I don't know why it's having to re-authenticate with my MCP server. Nice, it authenticated. Successfully authenticated the Blue Cactus AI MCP server. Let's keep running back to the body here. So what we're doing right now, guys, is I'm really doing two things at once. One thing I'm doing is I'm trying to tie up the loose ends so I can get this deployed, so I can get the general agents deployed. So when I'm live streaming, anyone that's interested in building cloud agents or customer facing agents, right? Cloud agents. So this isn't like Grokbot where you've got all your bots writing to a file system, right? This is full audit, full trace, full durable storage, or durable storage, right? And multi-channel agents that can scale. So you could have like 10 different support agents all working in parallel, and all reading from the same memory mechanism, and trust that if something happens that's not supposed to happen, that you can go backwards, and be confident that you can retrieve, that information's not going to be corrupted, right? Where if you have all these agents writing to the file system, things can get complex, is my understanding. The agents are good at using the memory, right, from a file system, but it's not, and I need to think of better way to kind of communicate this, but it's not, as I guess you could say, not as durable, and that's a bad way to say it. But I could ask Grok. Just kind of curious what Grok says, actually. Explain to me. So right now we have competitors like OpenClaw and Grokbot and Hermes, but they're really not customer-facing agents, right? It's really for like a solopreneur that's just a guy behind a keyboard. But I want you to kind of review my code and help me understand how to concisely communicate my competitive advantage, because I know that our system, we have conversations, routines, memories, but we're using Postgres as our storage system and OTel for tracing. So that's a lot different than like a storing memory in a file system. So help me think how I can communicate this, so people can understand what the difference between Blue Cactus AI and a system like Grokbot or OpenClaw or one of these big voice infrastructure companies, right, or automation workflow companies. Be very concise. Okay. So we're still working. But what we're about to do is in settings, we're about to set up like a webhook endpoint. And what we need to do is this webhook, we're going to stand it up. And then we have this business, right? This is the fleet management business. So these are cameras that we have in vehicles, right? And so when these cameras trigger an event, we're going to send a webhook from this system to the agent system, to that webhook endpoint. And once we ingest that webhook, it's going to be a trigger that kicks off an email workflow. That email is going to generate an email. And then we're also going to include a web chat link in that email. Now for this no video signal events, I've tested the voice agent kind of aggressively, but I haven't really tested the email agent as aggressively. And we still need to extend like not routines, but maybe extend memories to email. And also the Google Calendar booking tools to the email channel, right? So it looks like our playlist ended here. Let's pick a different genre. Let's go with let's see. Let's go with try. Well, you know what I kind of like is this. The K-pop kind of grows on me, honestly. K-pop. And if anyone has anyone hates the music, let me know. Okay. So okay, it's publishing a workflow. That's cool. Yeah, so like OpenClaw, Grokbot, and Hermes, right? Like, what is it? It's really memories and Markdown, right? There's no organization scope, no customer scope, right? My agents are more like customer-facing agents. Grokbot, OpenClaw, these are like solopreneur kind of internal agents to help you automate workflows, right? I can do that too, and that's why I'm building this prospecting agent and the document analysis agent. But really my bread and butter is kind of a customer-facing agent where we have a defined workflow, right? That's scoped. And the agent really can't operate outside of that defined workflow, right? And we have conversations, memories, and routines. Exactly. Like with the way we have things set up, querying data and go looking backwards is a lot easier than having some massive markdown file, right? Like if I have customer facing agents and the agents are having, 30, there's 10 agents, they're each having 30 customer conversations a day, right? If we need to look backwards and go find one conversation and the related memories or routines that are associated with it, Postgres makes that easy for us to kind of query that data and then explain what happened with our agent traces, right? And Grokbot, for instance, like Grokbot, all of those bots run on a single server. And I think it's like a Linux server, I think with 16 gigabytes of memory, right? And I need to think of a better way to explain this, but my system is on AWS and is kind of can scale this up, right? And run all of this in parallel. Like I could have thousands of agent interactions, thousands of agents all running in parallel, all writing to Postgres at the same time, and also looking back through conversation history, right? Without like looking through some massive markdown file where all we know is like the latest stuff in the markdown file is the new records, right? And even then, I could be wrong, but that's where I think the attention mechanism can produce some unexpected behavior when you're using the file system as for memory, right? Let's go back here. Oh, look, it created it. Nice. Now it's creating an API key. Nice. We'll open the canvas in a minute. I don't want to open it right now. Interesting. So it already sent a webhook. Wow, it already worked. Hold on, so let's go to conversations. So if I come to conversations now, here's the email conversation. So here's the we need to put triggers into conversations so we can understand what triggered that. Let's see. Hold on 1 second. Send another girl. Send another curl. All right, let's see if okay, keep going. Oh. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here's what the curl looks like. Webhook token. Wait, why do we need to do that? Hold on. Wait, why do we need to mint this token? Aren't we using an API key in the header when we send these webhooks? Yeah, just generate a... This system's not deployed yet, so just generate a API key, and then generate an API key, and then use that in the header in the curl, because I want to see what this curl looks like. All right, let's see. So it's creating an API key. It's about to do it in the browser, I think. Let's see. Okay, here we go. It's going to create a new webhook API key. So if you were going to send webhooks, you would generate this API key. Okay. Wait, where's the curl? Oh, here's the curl. Okay, cool. So this is what the curl looks like, right? And it's going to have these details in the curl. So this is going to come from my fleet management platform over to the other platform. Okay, now we have a new draft. So now I'm going to say, let's check. Nice. So here are the two drafts. Try sending a curl with a different truck number. I just want to make sure it works. Okay, we're going to send another webhook. Let's actually look at the workflow now. If I come to agents and I go to camera alert email, enable email, inbound email classification. Huh. Where's the why don't I see the workflow trigger? Oh, I think it's just right here. If I go to settings, webhooks. Here it's right here. It shows which agent. Target support conversation. Let me see. I wanted to show the workflow trigger on the graph. Yeah, you shouldn't have had to generate a new API key. Let's see if it's in drafts. There we go, truck 87, right? And now what I'm gonna say is trying to think of how this web chat's gonna work. Okay, so two things. So if the K-pop's a little annoying, guys, just let me know. We have some people lurking in here. I don't know who's here watching, but we got someone on Twitch. Okay. So, let's see. These K-pop songs are kind of funny, honestly. Okay. Okay. So let's see. We should be able to see the webhook trigger when I open up the workflow for the email. I don't see the webhook trigger node now that shows that the webhook is triggering the workflow. Also, So the real use case I'm going to use is actually we're going to send this email. In the email, we're going to include the web chat NVS agent. I'm trying to think exactly. I haven't thought exactly what we're going to do with the web chat, but I want to also include the MVS web chat agent. So the customer could either email me back or they could just chat with the web chat agent, right? Which really, the email is an agent too, right? And I'm still thinking through exactly why we're going to include web chat. The web chat would maybe actually have more branches in the workflow graph, right? Where maybe it could answer some other questions if they had questions about something other than NVS. But how would we do this? Like, and where would that webhook server live? Because right now, I think the way it's built is that our end customer would stand up a server and embed that web chat. But how would it work if Blue Cactus AI, a customer wants to like send an email with a web chat link in it? Okay, let's see if we can go pick up our body here. Yes, do this. I'm gonna say So is this the industry standard for this pattern? Because right now we only have a way for them to embed, right? And just think about it like, if we host this for many different users, what's the best way to approach this? Okay. There we go. There's the webhook trigger on the node graph, which is good. So it did that. Any changes that we make sure to check out to a new branch. Okay. Okay, so how are we going to implement us hosting these web chats, right? So really a customer has two different types of web chats, right? You have a web chat that you embed somewhere and a third party hosts it, or you have a web chat that's hosted by Blue Cactus AI, right? Also, on those curls, when we send the curls to the email agent, we're going to have to include an email in that curl. That's going to be the to email. So just think about that. Because right now we generated those email address, but we have no one to send them to, right? In the curl, we need to include a to address. In Blue Cactus Fleet Management Service, what I'm going to do is include, or I'm going to make sure every one of my customers has their email address in the system. And then we're going to pull those details when we receive the NVS event at the listener service. We're going to fetch that customer's email, and then we're going to include that in the details in the arguments when we curl or send that webhook over to Blue Cactus AI. It's like Korean Justin Bieber. I like it. I'm not sure if we're going to go much longer today. I think we're going to end it, and we'll be back tomorrow. But first, let's just see if we can get through this real quick. I've been impressed with Grok, you know, to be honest. I can see myself using Grok a lot more, right? Okay, cool. But let's keep thinking about web chat and hosting it on Blue Cactus AI. What's the best approach for this? Okay, so let's see. Okay, the best approach is one one host name. And chat, product not embed key pointed at your domain. Okay. Hosted is ours. Okay, same widget, same edge, same NVS chat agent. The token is the tenant. Okay. Okay. So she switched to classical here. The K-pop's cool, but sometimes it gets a little busy. Okay. Okay, so explain to me exactly how the embed web chat will work and how the web chat hosted on Blue Cactus AI will work. Okay. They host the page. This is what you have today. It's an iframe. Okay. Their server sends their HTML. We did not serve the page. The browser loads the parent page. We serve the page. Now, I guess how will this token be scoped? Will it be scoped the same way the public token is scoped? I just want to make sure no one could take that token and then curl our services with it and mint a JWT that could call any service. Man, I still didn't make it back to the body, huh? This is a little confusing. Hold on. BC Pub site key. Public long live, not a JWT. But auth also checks origin. Success only means a conversation JWT. Okay. That subject on the web chat turn and messages routes to any service. Got it. Should be scoped. Treat as a fourth credential, a ticket, not a session. Days, one event, until revoked. Many. One. One conversation. And I'm probably going to have Codex review this. I've never done something this major, actually, with Grok. But I'll say, okay, so why... So you're saying that we're going to expire this? Why do we need to expire this? If I send someone an email and they check it a week later and then decide to web chat, why not make it valid? I don't... Why can't I close this? The hell? Look at that. That's funny, man. Look at Cursor, man. They pop this up, and there's not even a way for me to close it down. I have to try Origin. That's funny. Okay. Now maybe if I... Okay, I guess it's because it's the way I have my panel sized, but Origin. Has anyone tried Origin yet? Okay, go ahead and make these changes. Check out to a new branch and make these changes. And then let's restart phase 1 and test. Okay, so Grok's gonna go make these changes. So again, we only have and this is what we're testing right now. We're testing this email workflow. The email workflow has a webhook trigger, right? This is the webhook trigger. This is what the payload looks like, and we may need to work on this a little bit. But this is what the payload looks like. This is kicking off an email draft. And then what we're going to do is we're going to include web chat. We're going to include web chat in the email. Are we going to need to add a new section to settings? feels like a movie intro. Okay. Okay, cool. Keep going. Hey guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps a lot. It helps push this content out to more people that are interested in vibe coding. Also, if you want to join a vibe coding community, you can join discord.bluecactus.ai. A lot of dark classical. If Grok can knock this out on the first try, I'll be very impressed. And we'll be using probably a lot more Grok moving forward. Let's keep going here. So it should, what it's about to do is in our web chat section, we have a way to create a hosted web chat, but I'm sorry, an embed, a web chat that you embed, right, with this link. So you would take this JavaScript or this script and put it into your HTML. And so that's how you take a web chat agent and you embed it on a third-party service. Now we're going to create a way to make hosted web chat, so where we're going to host that web chat. So Grok's doing its thing here. There we go. It's writing code. I think this will be the last thing we'll do on today's stream. Definitely going to be interesting to see if Grok can do this. One nice thing about Grok is you can keep iterating, right? You can test, iterate, make more code changes, right? Without burning through all your usage. So even if it's not at the frontier of coding, right? If you kind of get it into a bit of an agentic loop, it should be able to run a test, understand what it needs, the changes it needs to make in the code, and then keep doing that over and over, right? Let's see if we have any, what else we're gonna do here. Let's go kill these things. Okay. Grok is fast, I'll tell you that much. It's going to be interesting to see if this works. Just walk into some more mobs that I can kill. Oop. Is that an elite? No. Oh, there we go. Let's see, Grok. There we go. Then adding the handler in JWT. Okay, when you're done, make sure to test it. So we want to test the email agent actually and have the email agent. I guess first you can test the hosted web chat. So in the browser, test the hosted web chat. Once you're done testing hosted web chat, we need to include that hosted web chat in the email and then test the email agent again. What are you making? How is it going? Hey, Deep Web. Yeah, so right now, I mean, I've done a ton of major changes. I put a whole new skin on the fleet management business, and so this is kind of what that new skin looks like. But right now, what I'm doing is we're building hosted web chat. So we have web chat that we can embed, and now we also have hosted web chat. We're working on hosted web chat. And I don't know if you've seen this yet, but also, let me see. I don't know where this went here. Hold on. Let's pull this up in cursor. See if we can get the hold on, I have a new desktop app I'm trying to show you here. I think we may have shut it down. Yeah. Hold on, that's not good. Before we make these changes, can you restart the Phase 1 desktop app? I don't know what happened to it. I know we were working on it, but now when I try to open it, it says it's damaged or incomplete. Yeah, and this is the new agents, Deep Web. So now we have this new agent view where we have an overview section. We have agents, an agents tab. We have a work queue that shows emails. We have conversations now for phone, email, and web chat. You can open up these conversations and review them. We have routines now. So we can add routines and complete routines. We have memories. And you can go look at different memories that are associated with different conversations. And so now we have an MCP server too. Unfortunately, I'm like getting ready to end stream. I think it's been like 4 hours, but I'll be back tomorrow. But let's see. I want to see if why the desktop help me understand what happened to the desktop app too. I want to show you this desktop app. Let's see. And hey, good to see you, Deep Web. What are you working on? Huh. I haven't seen that error yet. Right now, I'm trying to learn a new programming language. Oh, wow. Which language? Haskell. Oh, wow. Is that a scripting language? I'm not really familiar. Um, wow. Is that a functional programming language? Interesting. Wow. Okay, we're about to rebuild the desktop app, and then I'm going to show you. It's a functional only programming language. Interesting. Interesting. So that's different, obviously, from object oriented programming language, right? Object. Yeah. Interesting. So there's not. Okay, so this is the desktop app, Deep Web. It makes you think very weirdly. Yeah. I mean, I'm more familiar with thinking like about objects, right? Defining objects and I guess like passing objects around. Um I don't know if I've ever used a pure functional language or functional. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so this is the new desktop app. So what happens is, and you can actually use the Blue Cactus MCP server now to set up your agents. And so I can set up these agents with the Blue Cactus MCP server. And so like right now, if I'm in Cursor, I'm going to say, use the Blue Cactus MCP server to show me all of my agents. And so right here in Cursor, it can actually, right now, see, it's using my list workflows. So right here, it's able to use the Blue Cactus MCP server to pull down all of these different workflows. And so what you can do is you use the MCP server. You can set up your workflows. We have 3 different channels, right? So we have phone, email, and web chat agents. And so after you create your agents inside of the web console, then you can open up the desktop app, log in, and it will pull down your roster of agents into the desktop app, right? Then what I can do is I can go into the Sales Copilot, and I could say, I can turn on my microphone here, and it's going to use transcription. So if I go into settings, and I have 2 modes, Copilot and chat. So inside of transcription, I can select the cloud or local. So we can use this as Whisper C++ that comes bundled into the desktop app. Or you could use cloud transcription. Right now I have it on cloud, but if I come to the Sales Copilot, the way this would work is I'd have a representative here and he would be talking to a customer. So I'd say, hey, Jimmy, how's it going? Hey, good, man. I was speaking with you last week and we're interested in the 4-channel camera. Is that something you can help me with? Okay, got it. And you know what? I'm a little concerned about price though. I know it's kind of expensive, and there's other competitors out there that are pretty aggressive on their pricing. Okay, and that I guess that 4-channel camera, how do we is that going to be an easy install? Do I need to get an installer to help me with that, or what? Okay, okay. And again, there's a big competitor, Samsara, that's calling me every day. And they have a pretty good product. Okay, and how quickly can we get this set up? Like what's the next step for this? Okay, cool. All right, thank you. So that's the sales copilot, right? This is not customer facing. So this one would be, and that's a good question, but this would be an internal agent where if you had a representative, it could be a support person, it could be a sales rep, right? And they would keep this, and I can also put this in focus mode. So, oh wow, it actually makes it invisible when I put it in focus mode. But if I put it in expand, really they would keep this up, and then while they're having conversations with customers, this will surface insights in real time. So this is actually not. I have two types of agents, right? We have customer as a way to exactly. You got it, Deep Web. Then we also have an installation one, right, where I could say, hey, I'm trying to install this in my Kenworth truck, the 2-channel camera. How do we get this thing installed, or how does installation work? Okay, and I'm kind of, I'm kind of concerned. I don't want to drill a bunch of holes in the cab of my truck. Okay. Okay, all right. And I guess what's the next step? And what comes in the box? Do you know what comes in the box? Okay. Okay, got it. Got it. All right. Thank you. Yeah, so the idea, Deep Web, is that there's 3 different cards that it will show in real time. So if during the conversation the end customer has some sort of objection, what'll happen is if they have some sort of objection, it'll pop up an objection card, right? And help them handle the objection. If there's some next step, it pops up a next step card. Or if there's some fact that this agent can assist with, it'll put up the answer or the fact. Now I also have, and what's cool is now if I go to conversations, oh, interesting. I don't know. That should have, I've been using Grok today. And I have noticed, as I've been making code changes with Grok, there is some kind of strange behavior sometimes. Let me see. I just tested the web chat agent, but I don't see, I'm sorry, the desktop agent, but we don't see those web chats in conversations. Why? Maybe I need to, no, the session was... Then I also have a prospecting agent. So this is another internal facing agent where I can say, hey, I'm looking to make some sales calls, and I want you to find some electricians in Oklahoma. I need a list that I can call of electricians in Oklahoma. Yeah, the light up border, I maybe need to change that, Deep Web. Yeah. but it's not exactly. It's not verbatim, and I got to think through it because the sales rep, it's going to be kind of hard for them to continue the conversation and then look at the insights, right? So just need to make it easy for them to kind of glance at it, right? Get some information quickly and continue the conversation. If you're in web chat, that list will look empty of those threads, even though the... let me see. Oh, they're not filed as web chat. Hold on. Desktop app. Oh, 50. No. No, go look at conversations. They're not there. It's interesting. Look, it just navigated to conversation. I am pretty impressed with Grok, I have to say. It's very cheap. Very impressive. But I'm not exactly sure what the quality of the code is, to be honest. I have noticed, again, I've had it making code changes today, and it has some strange... I've been noticing some strange side effects. And I don't know if they're related to the code changes or not. But, like, this is a side effect that, that was not happening for the last few days. It only started happening when I started using Grok, but let's see if Grok can figure this out. I should see these conversations. That's web chat. Should be in desktop app. I'll open and trace the sessions API to see why those desktop threads aren't showing up. I'm thinking maybe because the session didn't end. My concern is having a mix of possible to read verbatim insight cards will lead to a sales rep having to take a non-ideal amount of time to figure out what to say. Yeah. No. Yes. There's having a mix of possible to read verbatim and insight cards will lead to a sales. Yeah. Yeah. To pair. Yeah. Yeah, because it can get kind of... If they try to read it verbatim, it's going to get kind of... They'll sound robotic on the phone, right? So maybe, I guess, is it too much, too wordy on those cards? Maybe like even more concise. I tried to keep them as concise as I can on all on all the recent rows or email. Hold on, what happened? Wait, what? So I don't see them in all. I just had 2 different Copilot conversations. Kind of didn't answer my question. The page... Wait, what? See, I had desktop... This one's at 506. These are the desktop app conversations. Hold on. Huh. Interesting. Maybe I need to end the session. Let me see. Yeah, so Deep Web, I'm going to give this to my appointment setters. So I have people that help set appointments. And hey, thanks for the follow, Deep Web. Appreciate that. So I'm going to have people that set up appointments. And I was going to have them start using this. Is it because the session didn't end? Let's try. So I have a prospecting agent too, and I'll just show you what this can do. So I'm just going to send it. This is another internally facing agent, and this is using got it. You want to call list of electricians in Oklahoma. What type of electricians are you most interested in? I'm just going to say residential service companies. And this is using OpenAI sandboxes. So here we go. It's using OpenAI sandbox. It's spinning up. So I know it's getting confusing, right? So this is if you're a business, this is not a customer facing. This is internal, right? So this is for your users, or not your users. This is for your employees, right? If you have any sort of representative, this would be for a sales rep trying to get a prospecting list, right? Let's see, hold on. Wait, the two you just used started? Oh, it's the same session. Oh, wait. Let's look. Hold on. So if I come here, somehow it's in the same session. After streaming for a while, you start saying, okay, here's the sales copilot. Let's see. So here is it was the same session for some reason. Let's start a new session. Anyways, actually, I don't even need to do that. But here's what, we're storing this in conversations, right? So we're able, in conversations now, we have desktop app conversations, web chat, email, and phone. So all the different channels there, right? And then if I come back here, it just returned the CSV. Trip help agent is a great, yeah, I'm not sure about the CSV, but let me show you what the CSV. So I can open this. It just created this CSV for me, right? So this is to help a sales rep get leads, right? And so then what a sales rep could do with this is, I also have memories, routines, and so I'm going to show you that. So I'm going to say, okay, I need to start making these phone calls here in 10 minutes. Can you remind me to make these phone calls in 10 minutes? So here we just created a routine, a 10-minute check-in routine. So now if I come to routines over here, you'll see we have one pending routine here. And even if I closed out, these are cloud agents, right? So even if I close this desktop app down and I go to some other machine and I log into the desktop app, I'll still get this reminder in 10 minutes. Then I'm going to say like, okay, I spoke with Jimmy, and Jimmy said he had 20 trucks and he's really interested. Can you save that as a note for me? I don't know if I have the memory tool here, but let's see if we can get that memory to save. Okay, look, so it just saved a memory, right? And so now if I come to memories, I can see that that's a memory. Prospect Jimmy operates a fleet of about 20 trucks and is very interested in your solution. And then I can go to that conversation and see that memory here in this conversation. Now here's where it gets interesting. And I know this is, And Deep Web, once I kind of get rolling with this, I'm gonna try to scope this down because I'm not I understand that I'm trying to do a lot right now, but my idea with this is that number one, I have competitors, right? So you have OpenClaw, Hermes, and now GrokBot. Now the difference between my system and like OpenClaw, Hermes, or GrokBot, OpenClaw and Hermes are agents, right? But those agents run locally, and when those agents store memory, they write it to a file system that lives on a server. Well, for OpenClaw and Hermes, it writes it to a file system that runs locally on your machine. For GrokBot has many different agents. They all live on a Linux server, and all of those agents write memory to a file system. Right? The difference between that and my system is anytime we have memories or routines, we store all of this in Postgres, right? So it's easier for us to number one, scale up and run many of these agents in parallel, have them all writing to Postgres at the same time, and querying, looking backwards, we have that full OTel trace, right? Full audit history, and easy for us to kind of look backwards and query against these workflows in case there's any problem with one of these workflows, right? And that's a little bit different than like if you're trying to use GrokBot and run it at scale with many different agents and they're all writing to the file system. It's my understanding that as that memory file system grows, it's harder to kind of look backwards and audit that if there is some sort of agent hallucination, or you get a customer that calls you and there's a problem with an agent, right? So this is where it gets interesting, though, and this is kind of where it seems where the industry is going, right? So now what I can say is all right, I want you to delegate to the document analyst agent, and have the document analyst agent create a chart or a visualization for me to kind of display those different leads and give me some detailed information about the different leads in a chart format. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delegate. So I'm in the prospecting agent, and I'm about to delegate from this agent to another agent, right? So here we go. So it's just reviewed the document. Let's see if this works. Okay, so now it just delegated, right, to the document analyst agent, right? So if I come to conversations, I should be able to see this prospecting agent. I can open this up, and here, this is where all the tool call, and this is really nice, like you said, it's really kind of enterprise grade audit, right, for conversations. So when I look at this conversation with the prospecting agent, anytime it makes a tool call, I can see that. When it scheduled the routine, I can see that, right? When it saved a note, I can see that. And then here, when it read an artifact, anytime we're building these artifacts, we're storing them in Postgres. And then here, this is where it actually delegated from one agent to another agent, right? And so then if I come back to here, the document analyst recommends these as best early calls. I feel like I can turn this into a simple call plan. Interesting. Hold on. There may be an issue with this right now. Yeah, I want the document analyst agent to generate a chart for me. If you're an electrician. Interesting. Let's see if it can do this. It's kind of getting... If you tell me where you're working, you can drop... Yeah, just create like a PNG chart. Delegate to the document analyst and have it create a PNG chart of that artifact we just created. It's not, it needs work for sure. Let's see. See if it can do this. I've handed this off to the document analyst to build that PNG chart. The PNG will show each company on the x-axis and confidence priority score on the y-axis. Now, I'm still kind of thinking through exactly what the use case for this is, right? But like, I have people in my business that they may want to like pull down a Google Drive document and create some visualization of that Google Drive document, or turn some CSV into a PDF. So here we go. I created a bar chart. So then it just created this. Look, it just created this bar chart. It's not great, right? But you can kind of see where I'm going with this. Yeah, it's not supposed to be shown in the conversation. Exactly. So what this did was it took that CSV and it created it into some sort of visualization, right? Then I could also go into this agent and I could go to the document analyst agent. I'm going to say, okay, show me what documents I have in my Google Drive. And all you got to do to get this set up is just come to settings, and go to integrations, and you're going to hook in your Google Drive, right? You just connect your Google Drive. It's very easy. Once you connect that Google Drive, then this agent now has access to that Google Drive. And now what I can say is, I want you to support email. Let's just grab this random PDF. And I'm just going to say, oop. Tell me what you need from it. Yeah, so I want you to say, yeah, create a some sort of visualization to help me explain what's in this PDF to one of my coworkers. So I can say that. And then let's see what it does. So it started document job. I've started a job to build a visual chart of the main sections and key points from this PDF. So what's interesting about this is that every time this is happening, it's spinning up a OpenAI sandbox, right? Which is essentially like a computer that's running in the cloud. And so, you know, we can start, you know, I need to really think through this, but there's a lot of different things we could do inside of this sandbox, right? And so what I'm really trying to think through is like, what are the real use cases, right, that a organization would actually need to use a sandbox for, right? So here it created this PNG chart, and I come into this, and it created this chart. Now, what's interesting is, and this is just like, it's not perfect again, right? Let's see. It actually cut off the title. But the idea is that I can actually load up skills into the sandbox, right? So like what you could do, and let's switch songs real quick. But what someone could do is you could start to like record your screen or something, right? Take that, turn that into a skill. Take that skill and start loading that skill into the sandbox, right? And once you load that skill into the sandbox, say you have some workflow that's like you log into Google Sheets, and then you need to take that information from Google Sheets and transform it and push it up into some other tool, right? So what you could do is kind of build a skill to do that, and then this is just, you know, I'm not going to do all this. I know I need to kind of narrow this scope. Really, the first thing I'm going to probably use is this Copilot. I think there's real value, like you mentioned, Deep Web, with the Copilot, right? Real serious business value. I'm going to I have like appointment setters that we generate marketing qualified leads, and we'll send it to the appointment setters, or we'll give them a contact list. The appointment setter will make a call and maybe answer some like basic questions. We don't want them to answer a lot of questions, but some very basic questions. And then they set up an appointment for us, right? So the idea is like, I can hire more appointment setters, and without having to spend the resources to train them, right? And obviously we do some training, but you could have them use this on day one, right? And they could immediately start having, productive conversations without knowing a lot about my business quickly, right? So it's a way where you could actually use this to train people, and you could use it for sales reps to just get insights fast, to get them moving quickly, right? And then I'm about to integrate Stripe into this tool. And once I integrate Stripe, I was going to go ahead and deploy this. And then when I'm on stream, anyone that wants to set up agents, right? I think I'm going to make it to where you can bring your own open API key. You can bring your own OpenAI API key, and you can if you want to do phone agents, you can bring your own Twilio API keys. And you can immediately use Blue Cactus AI and start setting up customer-facing agents and also internal agents, right, that are like the co-pilot type of agents or the prospecting sales agents. And really the idea with prospecting is using like a tool like this, and integrating. I don't want to do that. Where's Apollo? Integrating maybe with a tool like this, right, to enrich data. So the idea is you use a prospecting agent, it goes and prospects for you. We return it, we pass it to Apollo or some AI sales company that enriches data and enrich that data in real time for the sales rep. And now they have 20 people to call today, right? So it's really for like prospecting and generating leads. And really what this is this is my answer to OpenClaw, Grokbot, Hermes, right? And so really where I'm headed with all of this is a couple things. So first thing I'm going to do, what I need to do for my business is I'm going to create, I have that no video signal agent that I've been talking about for a long time, where this system is going to send a webhook to the agent business anytime there's that no video signal event, which means pretty much like a driver unplugged a cable from one of the cameras. And then that is going to get sent to the Blue Cactus AI agent. And this is what the agent is going to do, actually. If I come to agents and I go to the email agent, so here in the email agent, you can see that this is the webhook trigger that kicks off this email agent, right? So the webhook, the JSON for the webhook looks like this. These are the different arguments that are available. One of my cameras has one of those events, sends a webhook to this system. It's going to kick off an email. And I already did some of these emails, so this is kind of what that email will look like. One of your cameras sent a no video signal alert, NVS, which means it stopped sending video on the driver-facing camera for this truck. Had you caught that already? Do you have a minute right now to look at it? I'm going to kind of keep refining this, but we're going to get that webhook. I'm going to send this email, and I'm actually going to include a web chat link in this email. So like the customer can get the email. We notified them there was this event. They can respond via email to the email agent, or if they have other questions not related to no video signal, they can maybe open up a web chat agent, and talk with my web chat agent, right? So that's my first enterprise use case that I'm about to deploy. At the same time I do that, as I'm live streaming, I'm going to integrate Stripe. I think I'm going to just go ahead and get this deployed. It's not perfect, right? But I know that if you spend enough time, you can create a pretty solid workflow. So at the same time I'm building that enterprise workflow, I'm also going to integrate Stripe and make it easy for anyone, any of the community members that want to set up agents can easily do that. And I'm going to have a base fee that's affordable for developers. And then all of the usage, and this is kind of what the billing screen looks like. This is billing, right? So all of this usage, and I've done 233 sessions right? 98 desktop sessions, 76 web chat, and 10 email and 49 voice sessions. And all of that cost me about $34 in OpenAI API credits. So the idea is that I want to get this out into the market. Any community member can bring their own OpenAI API key. And if they want to do phone agents, they can bring their Twilio API key, and they can immediately start creating agents, right? And kind of as I'm working on that, I'm also kind of trying to dial in these workflows for the fleet management domain that I understand, right? And try and keep my attention focused on that. But yeah, after I get that NVS workflow, then I'm going to do the media error workflow. After that, we're going to embed web chat here with a general support agent for the fleet management business. Anyways, that's kind of the direction that I'm headed in. And let's actually see. I know that we had told one of these agents to respond. Let's see. Which one did we tell to? Did it finish that routine? Hold on. Interesting. So that was the prospecting agent. Quick nudge. Prospecting agent. Oh, here it is. So that was the routine. The routine got back to me. But yeah. So I think I'm gonna end stream for today because I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get a lot of streams in this week is my plan. Again, you know, I can tell that there's parts of the agents that are getting commoditized fast, right? You know, you can see different layers of this that are becoming like a commodity, like, and some of it are table stakes, right? And you know, this is going to be my problem is I enjoy building stuff, right? So I know that I can't keep on building forever, right? But when you see like Grokbot come out, you kind of understand that, hey, some of this stuff's getting commoditized fast, right? And some of these features are almost considered like table stakes at this point. Like must have, like people are expecting them like a commodity, like a toothpaste, right? That all agent systems should come with these basic features. And really, what are those basic features? It's like, to me, it's like agent delegation, memories, routines, right? Sandboxes. So anyways, still gonna focus on like miniature digital employees though. I'm not gonna go down the coding path. Now my sandboxes, if the agent needs to write code inside of the sandbox to do something, which it's already doing that. I believe it's writing code inside of the sandbox to create these CSVs. But this is kind of the desktop is where you're going to do the agent orchestration and manage your agents. And really where it gets interesting is this, yeah, you're going to be building a lot of features just to not be behind. Yeah, I know. And that's kind of what I'm concerned about. But I need to build enough to where I have a general system where if community members want to try it out, you know, it's general enough where they can create an agent for any vertical. But at the same time, I really need to focus on this fleet management domain, right? And really focus on, okay, these are like, I'm selling outcomes in fleet management domain. That's really what I'm focused on. But at the same time, you know, I am fascinated in like general agents that you could really build, like operationalize any business across any vertical, right? And that does feel like where the industry is moving in that direction, right? But anyways, this would kind of be where you would do your agent orchestration. And again, kind of for me, where it gets interesting is, say you use the prospecting agent and you go find this this list, right? You find a CSV of contacts, and then you delegate it to a email agent. So you go do prospecting, you generate that list of leads, you enrich it with a company like Apollo AI or an AI sales company to help you enrich that data. And then what you could do is then you could delegate it to an email agent, right? And have that email agent go prepare emails for that list that you just did prospecting. And actually, when I start selling this system, which it's going to be like any day now, I'm going to start kind of aggressively trying to sell this. But I'm going to start using this and dog fooding it myself. So like, I know in my local area, okay, this is the business types I'm going to go after. And I'm going to try and use my tool to go get leads, enrich them, prepare emails, send those emails, and then help me follow up, right? Set up a routine. Say, okay, if the customer doesn't respond to the email, let's maybe follow up in a week, right? Follow up in 2 weeks, set up a routine to do that. And then as I'm doing that, I think I'll start to, the use cases will kind of emerge, right? Anyways, that was a long-winded, just kind of, Deep Web, you were asking some really good questions, so I wanted to try to just kind of be as transparent as I can on what's going on in my head, right, and what I'm trying to do. But anyways, thanks for stopping by, Deep Web. I know this is not the first stream you popped into. I recognize your name. But anyways, I think I'm gonna end it here. Pretty good stream. We did some cool stuff with Grok. And I'm really impressed with Grok. I'm probably going to be continuing to use Grok a lot more. And actually, let me just see. Maybe the last thing we'll look at is that cursor usage. Yeah, so been grinding on Grok for like 2 or 3 days straight, and I'm only at 8% usage. So anyways, so that's it. Thank you for anyone that's here. I know there's someone's lurking on YouTube. I don't know who that is. We got a couple people on Twitch, but thanks everybody. I will see everyone on the next stream.